World Cup. I know that fans have been following. I've been following as well, and it's very interesting to note that a record of 48 nation tournament across 3 countries opens a new era for the beautiful game. The wait is almost over, and Dominican football fans are now ready. On Thursday, June 11th, 2026, FIFA World Cup will kick off when Mexico face South Africa. I saw that game. South Africa lost the game. 2-0. I don't know whether you saw that game.
I haven't had time to really look at the games. I've said to people, I have 2 teams in the World Cup. 1, France, and 2, Haiti.
Right.
My 2 teams in the World Cup this time around is France and Haiti. I saw last night a little bit of the Brazil game. Brazil drew to who it was again?
Morocco.
Morocco, yes.
1-1.
1-1. As a matter of fact, Morocco had them 1-0.
That's right.
And they were able, before the end of the first half, that they were able to have a 1-1 draw. I do not know what that speaks of Brazil.
Right.
I don't know if they go back to the drawing board. I think I saw a little piece of North Korea playing someone on Friday night. Yes. I'm not so sure, but I think Morocco won 2-1. So I've had a little bit of... I've not sat behind the television.
Right.
I'm screened to really witness any of a 90-minute game.
Right. But I also saw that game, Portugal versus Iran. The game drew.
Okay.
So I've been able to see 1 or 2 of the games, but it's very interesting. And at the end of the day, we will see who makes it and who lifts the trophy. Who are your favorite teams?
I just said my 2 favorite teams. I have 2 favorite teams.
France?
France and Haiti. These are my 2 favorite teams. Haiti, they are in the Caribbean, and I think that every Caribbean person should give support to Haiti. Right. And I think that is my team that I'm giving. As a matter of fact, if you want to ask me who's my number 1 team in the World Cup, it's Haiti. My number 1 team in the World Cup is Haiti. Right. And my number 2 team is France.
France.
I don't have a number 3 team.
Well, my teams are Brazil, although I feel that they're not as strong, but I still support them. Brazil, France, I believe Spain. I'm not ruling out the British, England. So these are my teams: France, Spain, Brazil, England. These are my 4 teams.
You have 4 teams?
Yeah, four of my teams. Any one of them, I believe, can win the World Cup.
Well, as I said, I'm going with 2 teams. I don't see the need of going with 4 teams.
4.
That for me doesn't help me. So I have my teams: France and Haiti. Haiti number 1, and France number 2. Haiti is in the Caribbean water. There's no way. If Trinidad was in the World Cup, my number 1 team would have been Trinidad. If Jamaica was in the World Cup, my number 1 team would have been Jamaica. It's not about strength. It's about the ability to work yourself through and to get onto the international stage with so many international countries. 48 out of the 48 teams, 1 of them from the Caribbean.
And it's going to be quite a bit of football, eh? Quite a bit of football before they reach the round of 16.
Yes.
And then we go into the round of 8. And then you know how it's played. The round of 32 before the competition, familiarity with the round of 16 quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final. So that's very important. But I find that the crowds are huge. Quite a bit of people following in stadium and on television. Quite huge. So let's wait and see what happens. Cecil, so that's what I've been following, the sports.
Also, too, last night we saw Knicks won the NBA. Congratulations, after 50 years, Knicks have been trying. 53 years, I should say. I think the last time is 73. So they have been trying, and they made it last night, beating Spurs.
Okay. Also, I noticed that they had the Sports Award.
Yes.
I see quite a number of persons. My good friend, good commentator, was it commentator Andy Carter, your good friend?
Yes.
He got commentator of the year, which was very happy for him, having.
He has been doing that for a number of years.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's been doing it quite a while. And to me, he's the number. Well, I do not want to be prejudiced, but he is among the top two. For me, your man at DBS, he's not bad. And Carter, after many years of experience, he's still, for me, one of the leading commentators on there.
And what is good about Carter is that he can commentate almost every sport discipline. Yeah. Football, cricket, basketball, netball. I've seen him done all of these games, and in a prolific way. And so, congratulations to you, Andy.
To you, yes.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. Football, I know he does some games for DBS. Cricket, netball, basketball, volleyball,
yes.
Tennis.
Yeah.
Well, I've not heard him.
He's a coach. He's a coach for tennis.
Tennis, right.
So I expect him as a coach for tennis, knowing that he has been doing broadcasts or commentaries for so many disciplines in sports, that asking him to do tennis, he would be able to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that they have been having budget consultation,
yes.
and that has created some level of controversy. I don't know whether you've been following the news in terms of a certain individual. I'm not calling names. Was at one of the budget presentation as a government event. It created a certain level of high temperature. But that I will not go into that tonight.
I think if the government is having a consultation, and the word consultation speaks of talking, communicating, seeking advice, requesting from people the views, it gives any individual the opportunity, doesn't matter what side of the fence that you are, to give your sense of your understanding of the discussion. And the discussion was on the budget, and I think the individual Lennox Linton, who was once upon a time opposition leader in Parliament, felt that he doesn't have that opportunity to be or to give his views or his comment or his budget address or his counter-budget address to the Parliament, that he felt that he could have done just the same thing in the consultation. We have seen other past parliamentarians at those functions, and it speaks volume of the transparency of central government in ensuring that the work of the country is done by consulting with others.
Very good. But I must tell you, it's still creating heat. When I heard heat, when I tell you heat, a lot of heat on different radio stations. Comments have been made.
I think the heat that it created was, I think he was placed under some kind of pressure, the heat you're talking about. And he made a statement after what Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of Dominica, would have said about him, as Lennox Linton, and the relationship with him and his family. And I think he just endorsed the fact that the family are related.
Friends, they're friends.
Well, friends, yeah. And so the public, some members of the public took offense to the narrative that he gave out.
Yeah. But there's going to be a new calypso written. I know you're a calypso lover.
There has to be a new calypso.
There's a new calypso. He is my friend. Calypsonians are getting ready for that one. He's my friend. So that is one. I also noticed that the Miss Blanchard, the Pal Rep for Roseau North, has Is it has she resigned?
Yes, the
condition?
parliamentary representative has indicated to the Speaker of the House that she has resigned immediately, immediate effect, meaning that when the Speaker of the House receive your resignation, even if you have to put a date to say I resign in 5 months from now or 2 months from now, once it gets into the hands of the Speaker of the House, based on what the rule says, that it takes effect immediately. So yes, the Speaker of the House has received correspondence from the parliamentary representative who was elected in December of 2022. Has received from the parliamentary representative, Miss Blanchard, Miriam Blanchard, of her resignation from Parliament, not from Parliament.
All right.
Yes.
And is it with immediate effect?
Once the Speaker of the House gets it, it's immediate effect.
All right. So we expect, if we have within the Constitution 90 days?
Yes, the Constitution makes provision that within 90 days that there must be a by-election
in the constituency. And
where
that constituency is Rosenhof. Well, people wait to see what will transpire. I must tell you, since I come from Rosenhof, the heat has already risen, temperatures are very high, and everybody's looking to see what will happen within that 90 days. I noticed there were certain activities yesterday within my area. I don't know whether is that going to be the first of many, or I expect now to see whether there'll be other activities from, there has been the yellow party and there's the blue party. So everybody is now, to use a Lakou term, vying to see what will happen over the next couple days and weeks within the Rosenhof constituency. So all eyes now is on the Rosenhof constituency to see what will be happening. Who going up, who not going up. That is the talk taking place when I left to come here at the studio. People still talking in my area. So Cecil,
well, I'm sure next week Sunday when we get here, we will be discussing candidates.
All right.
I'm almost sure.
Yeah.
Because political parties for sure will make known to the general public the candidates that they figure out or for their party that will be representing their party in the next by-election coming within 90 days.
Right. I'm expecting to hear names calling. I don't know whether it will be male. I don't know whether it will be females. I don't know. Because right now females can take part in it. Males were the dominant partners in the past, taking part in the election. So we wait to see in the Lakou what's going to happen.
Well, I can say to you, the very first time a female took part in elections was way back in 1957. That is the leader of the Dominican Labour Party at the time, Sean Alfries. So female have always been part of our elections, and so we, as you said rightly, we're not so sure male or female, but we are just expecting during the course of this week to hear from the political parties who would be the candidates available for the next election.
Let me put one final word. Was Miriam Blanchard the first female to represent Rosenhof from your historical background?
Yes, from historical background, that Miss Blanchard, a female, would have been the first parliamentary representative. We know of Patrick John. We are aware of O.J. Seraphine in the early days.
Right.
We are aware of Mr. Guy.
Alan Guy of blessed memory.
Yes. We also know of
Julius Timothy of blessed memory.
And also, yes, Julius Timothy and Danny Lugie. Yes, so these names are names that we are familiar with. But we can say that I know that women have found themselves have made themselves available. Miss Eugene Murphy, was one of the female in the 2000 election who made herself available to the Dominican Labour Party under the leadership of
Rosie Douglas. And we also know from historical background, that Eugenia Charles also ran in the Roosevelt. Am I correct?
Yes, Eugenia Charles ran against Patrick John in 1970, and she lost and ran then after in 1975 in the Roseau Central constituency until her resignation.
Okay. So we'll see what happens, whether history will repeat itself, whether we'll have a female or whether we'll have a male again.
Whether we'll have a second female?
Well, we will wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have a second female in Parliament, or we'll wait and see.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
Well, so it's a very interesting period of time taking place on the island, and we just have to keep our eyes open and let us wait and see what has been happening internationally. Do we know? Well, I know, for instance, there's still a war going on between, I think they're talking about peace within Iran and the United States. I know that's been in the news. We have to follow that. I know the war is still going on between Ukraine and Russia. I know, for instance, there are going to be heads-up meetings in the Caribbean in terms of CARICOM, meeting to be held in St. Lucia.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So those are things that we are following.
Yes, and the truth, I have not found myself been so very engaged, not just busy, but very engaged in work, and so I have not had a chance to really look at what the international world is saying on the issue of the United States of America and Israel war.
Okay. So we will keep following. We'll keep following because that is still in the news.
Just want to say good evening to Albert Douglas. He says, blessed evening to all. He's at City Breeze and he's listening to the Lakou program. And I just want to say to him, good evening, sir. Asquith Pinard, good evening to you, sir, wherever you are at this time. Ambrose Thomas, he sent a message. And also to Naphtali Murphy is watching. And all the folks that are already tuned to the Nation Station are looking on social media and YouTube. Just want to say thank you for your interaction with us.
Yeah. Religion. Religion, let me just open for you and then you will think. Religious worship has a great integration with the social life of the people of Dominica. And religion plays a very important part in terms of the spiritual aspect of people's lives, and religion also plays a social part of our life and also the political life. Whether you believe it or not, religion secretly is engaged in political activities. We may not want to believe that.
No. We have to believe that because you said Dominica. And not just Dominica, but religion plays an integral role. Even in the big United States, it plays an important role in the determination of people's or the electorate deciding how to vote. And so Dominica is not an exception in reference to the spiritual realm of things. And so politics and religion, some people say they're not measuring up, but they have a role to play, and many times that pastors and priests, sometimes help in the determination of their congregation as to where they go.
Right.
We will all remember in the 80s in Dominica how much the Catholic Church itself played a role in determining who was being who was in government, who would have won government.
Right. I remember the Catholic Church, the most dominant religion in the island up to now, played a very significant role after the demise or during the time of the what I call transition of Patrick John, where they played a very integral part in the establishment of the what they call the Committee for National Salvation. You remember that?
Oh, yes. Come on. I've been following politics all my life as a young boy.
Right.
So, yes, I remember that.
And the man at the time was Bishop Arnold Bogart.
And as you're saying that, Arnold Bogart would have played a role in determining who was going to be the president. If you remember, Arnold Bogart, Patrick John, and Eugenia Charles. Eugenia Charles was then the official opposition. Patrick John, unfortunately, was not the prime minister. Should I say he was not the prime minister?
Well, he had not resigned.
He had not resigned.
But they wanted to have a sort of, well, I know you have your own views on that, and you have espoused it many times, in that Patrick John, Eugenia Charles, and Bishop Bogart met for them
in a secret place.
In a secret place.
To discuss who was going to be the acting president at the time.
That's right.
And
that's right.
they all three came to one conclusion for Jenna Amo,
right,
who then became the acting president of the Commonwealth of Dominica, which would have given Oliver Serafin that nod, because remember, you have to get the majority of the votes to be the prime minister. So
right.
after that happened, we found out that the president then sworn in the then interim prime minister, who was then the second prime minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica.
That's right.
In that year of 1979, July of 1979.
And it's also important to note, whilst we're talking about the church, that most of the 49 days of activity of striking, the headquarters of that movement was at the parish hall.
And that's important to note.
The parish hall in Goodwill.
So when we talk about the influence of the church, that's one of the things that we can speak of. And that's why I said in the late 70s into the 80s, when the public officers, even prior to May 29th, even prior to when the nurses and the farmers used to bring food to the public officers, it was at the
Goodwill Parish Hall.
Goodwill Parish Hall. It is still in the same location.
It has not moved.
So it has not moved. So that's where quite a number of people would assemble. That property belonged to the church. And the church played that part.
Right.
And maybe trying to put a calm into the country, allowing for discussion to take place.
In that area.
And
so most public officers reported for work.
I won't say reported for work.
At the parish hall.
No, I won't say reported for work. That's stretching it.
No. I'm saying that in the context of what many of them told me. In fact, one guy, I will call his name, he's still alive, Harold Bofong, told me he's reporting for work in the parish hall.
well, Harold,
that's what he told me.
Bofong was a loose missile.
Well, but that's why he's
my good friend.
At the time.
And at the time he worked on the port, right?
Yeah, he worked on the port.
At the time he worked on the port.
Right. So I know it's like 1979.
His location for work could not have been at the parish hall. Right. His location for work should be at the port. As to whether he was paid to come to parish hall after that, I'm not so sure. That's not for me to know.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I want us to really have the record straight.
Right.
He was not presented himself for work.
Well, historically, I can tell you public officers received money, and those who remained loyal, if you remember, received double salary. At the time, the Minister of Finance was Vic Riviere.
Right.
So those who remained at work, they got a ex gratia payment.
I don't know. You have to help
historically.
You might have to help me on that, because I remembered in that period that they were asking for 121% increase in salary.
That's right.
And I can't recall ever if that 121 was given. But I know that they would have received we call it double.
They received their salaries.
We call it a double.
Well, those who they got they call it ex gratia payment,
right.
Meaning out of gratitude.
Yeah, out of gratitude, we're paying you something.
So those of you of the people who worked with Patrick John, who was then, they got an ex gratia payment, meaning it's not really a payment. We're giving it to you because you remain faithful.
But it must be said that happened after 29th of May.
Yes.
So it's not like the government endorsed paid. It happened. You're saying that Vic Riviere was then the Minister of Finance
at the time.
At the time, well, he did not resign.
He didn't resign.
He did not resign. So the church played an integral
Integral part.
role in the political
Life.
aspect or the political life in that period. So when we talk about the church and its role, that is just one example of the church playing, and I would say, a civilized role, a role where I believe that we wanted to bring sense to prevail. And so the church saw its role in trying to bring some calm. So it wasn't a role where the church was playing to take political sides.
Yes.
I don't think the church intended to take any political side, but to help. In bringing some calmness
Calm to the country.
To the country, because at the time, after May 29th, there was not that kind of calm, and the church required to play its role in bringing together people so that we can understand the value of the church.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Very interesting.
No, I want to talk about, as we talk about the church, and we can maybe expand the discussion.
Go ahead.
In the Lakou, I want to look at the churches that were in the 70s, 60s, 70s. We rightly said earlier on that the Catholic Church in the 60s would have been the most popular church, or popular denomination.
Mm-hmm.
We also saw that the church getting its challenges, that's the Catholic Church, as popular as it was, started to get its challenges in the mid-70s, early mid-70s. And so before we could get into a deeper conversation, we had churches, we can count the number of churches that we knew of.
Mm-hmm.
In Roseau, we had the Methodist Church, we had the Anglican Church, we had the Catholic Church, we also had the Seventh-day Adventist Church, we had Sobrooks, which is CUM, and I should give locations. So the Catholic Church was on Virgin Lane.
Mm-hmm.
The Methodist Church was also on Virgin Lane. As a matter of fact, they are both adjacent to each other. They're both adjacent to each other. Just a plot of land that is separating the Catholic Church from the Methodist Church. You had the Anglican Church, which is on Victoria Street, opposite to the Fortune Hotel, for people who are trying to wander. That's where at the time in the 70s, the Anglican Church was. Then you had, in that central part of Roseau, you had Sobrooks, which we call Sobrooks. It was the Christian Union Mission Church, CUM. And I remember in that church, you had the wife of Mr. Ostel Anselm.
Mm-hmm.
His wife was a teacher. I can't remember what school that she was.
Yeah, she was at the Rosa Boys School.
She was at the Rosa Boys School.
Rosa Boys School.
So Mrs. Anselm, along with her son and daughter, her two sons and a daughter, and also too, I can remember there was another teacher, Mrs. Corriett. Mrs. Corriett had her daughter Kim and another daughter, I can't remember the name, and another one called Clement Corriett, and another one, I think 4 of them. So I can remember these 4 children in that church with Miss Corriett, who herself was a teacher. I'm not so sure what school that she taught at that time, but the church was on Upper Lane. It was adjacent to Miss Howe's school, to Miss Howe's home. Miss Howe, I don't know if you remember Miss Howe, on Upper Lane.
Go ahead.
On Upper Lane.
Following you.
Next to or opposite of Solomon's house. And that church is still here today as
They're
we
still
speak.
here.
That church is still here as we speak.
Right.
And also too.
And you can say that, is it I know there's a very short man who is, well, I don't know if he's the pastor. I've passed him many times and seen a very short man.
Short, dark man.
No, fair-skinned man.
No, you're talking about no?
No, yeah.
Okay, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, a short man. I know he used to be living on River Street with his mother, who was a very short woman. I think he worked for an insurance company. Whenever I passed there, he am preaching in that church.
Okay. So continuing in terms of the churches in Roseau, we will remember across the bridge that gets into Roseau, you had two churches in the 70s, one to the east and one to the west. The one to the east was the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and the one to the east would have been the Pentecostal
Right.
Church.
Let me tell you, the Pentecostal church at that time, it was built by a pastor by the name of Pastor White.
Pastor White.
After he left, we had Pastor Shesky.
Yes, another white man.
Another white man.
Yeah.
And after Shesky left, we had Pastor Dabrowski. And those men came from Canada.
That's correct. I was about to say that.
And during that time, some prominent fellas got baptized in that church.
Including you.
One of them happened to be Pastor Bell. Bishop Daniel, I know. One called the Brain, Hartly Adams, got baptized there on the Shesky, right? So I mean, quite a number of prominent guys remained.
So as you're saying that, I would like you to tell us where the baptism took place.
Well, under the bridge in Bath Estate, by the University Center. That's where you took your dock. You remember that was known as under power.
Under power.
So when you went there and you raise your head, you get power, So these guys, we were baptized in the church.
So before I get across to the bridge, we were talking about that CUM church on Fields Lane.
Yeah.
Later on, as the church grew, they set up a branch in the Rose Street area. So we will talk about the Rose Street area in a little while. But we remember that the Seventh-day Church now was east of the Pentecostal church. They were actually opposite each other. One happened to be serving on a Saturday, so they wouldn't disturb each other, and the other one on a Sunday.
Yeah, we worship on a Sunday. We had an arrangement between the churches. They would preach where we preaching on Sunday, very heavy activity, and on Saturday, the 7 days went full with the activity.
But
We coexisted.
But both churches had services on Sunday nights and Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
And you'd never stay in the Seventh Church and hear the Pentecostal church.
No, we
had
the understanding.
Yes.
Because remember, Sunday was specially laid out for speaking in tongues, where the Spirit held you and you ran up and down the place and you spoke in tongues. So that was very noisy. You dance, you move around, So that was you could have such an activity, So we had an arrangement.
And on the other side of the Pentecostal church had the Seventh Church, who did not believe in tongues.
So you all believe in the Sabbath.
Believe in the Sabbath and no speaking of tongues.
No speaking of tongues.
So our voice would have been heard through our singing.
Your singing
in those days,
yeah.
Through our singing and also through teaching of the Bible. So the Sunday nights would be really talking about Jesus Christ in Jerusalem, talking about the Old Testament. So the Seventh Church in that period found itself teaching the Bible on both on Sunday night and Wednesday night.
Oh, good.
So
who was your pastor there at the time?
At the time when I got myself into the Seventh Church, it was Pastor Liebert, a guy from St. Kitts.
St. Kitts, Liebert, yeah.
Pastor Liebert is a black guy, very charismatic, Pastor Liebert was the one himself who had a crusade at the Lindo Park. You remember the Seventh Church used to always have a very big yellow tent. I do not know what Seventh see in yellow, but they used to have a very big yellow tent in that period. My mom came from the Catholic Church at the time. I don't know who gave her the invitation, but in the mid 70s, 75, 76, she got an invitation and she attended the 6 weeks crusade of the Seventh Church. At the time, it was a 6 weeks crusade by Pastor Liebert, where he gave you the opportunity to ask questions. They used to have question and answer period where you write your questions before the high mass starts, and he would give explanation of every question that would have been asked of him. And so you had the Seventh Church on that area. On the Winston Lane in Goodwill, you also had two churches in the 70s. So you had the Seventh Church of God, if you remember that.
I'm listening.
And you also had the Gospel Mission, the church of, I think, Pastor Prince.
All right, okay.
Pastor Prince.
But I must tell you that while talking about the church history, that I know, for instance, there was... Well, let me wait until you get to that, and I will come to that other part.
Then we saw on Princess Lane, you had the Jehovah's Witness.
Yes.
So we had the Jehovah's Witness on Princess Lane. The building is still there as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
I should also say that the Seventh Church is still at the same location on E.O. Libla Highway now, it's called. That's how it is called now. At the time, it was called Goodwill Road. The Pentecostal Church has since then moved to the Bowers, so I should say to the Charles Avenue, Bowers Lane area in Goodwill. It has since then been moved. I think that has been moved about maybe, let's see, it doesn't have 50 years for sure.
Right.
It's not 50 years since they have moved.
Right.
But they have above 45 years since they have moved from that area to Goodwill.
Well, let me tell you, from the Pentecostal point of view, the Pentecostal church on by the opposite to the 70s was sold to the Berean Church.
Yes, that's correct.
And the church bought land up there in Goodwill by the Kai Porter area, where it is
Porter
now.
House.
Yeah, Porter's House,
Yes.
where it is now. But that created a great controversy.
Oh, yes, we must talk about that. You have to help us on that.
Where people didn't want to sell the church.
Right.
But
we will talk about that.
certain individuals came together and sold the church
No, we have to talk about that.
for the purpose of extending it.
We are talking of the history of the church.
Yeah, the church was sold.
And so we need to lament that.
Yeah, the church was sold.
And so as we talk about, then the CUM, they saw growth. They saw growth in their church, and eventually they had to purchase a piece of land in the Rose Street area, and they built the second leg of the Christian Union Mission.
Well, I can give you a little Lakou about that church. There was a great division, a great fight, I say ideological, religious doctrines seem to have clashed.
I should also mention, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I spoke of two family members, but I need to also mention that Cecil Joseph, the Hawkster, he has now since then passed.
Okay.
Cecil Joseph, I think, was a member and elder, I think, of the church at that time in the 70s.
Okay. Well, there was a big clash in that church down there by Choplin there, by Teteroye.
Yes.
In a little area there.
So that church is still there today?
The church is still there, but they divided.
So that is it Gospel Mission?
So one section, I think, historically, Lakou-wise, subject to correction, then moved towards the where they have Lindo Park.
So hold on. So you have, it was the Baptist church, I think it was called.
Yeah. So
it was the Baptist church on Church Lane.
And
they had this foyer. So some members of the and they call themselves Christian Union Mission.
Right.
So some members of the Roseau Christian Union Mission assembly in the Goodwill Christian Union Mission. So
and that foyer also created another church, which is the one up there in the Newtown
in Kings Hill.
In the Kings Hill area. Right?
Which eventually we will come to that because we talk about the history, which eventually came Pastor Rodney's church.
Yes.
Right. So we will come to that. We will definitely come to that part. So we're talking about the churches that we formed in the 70s, and eventually out of the melee that they had, we saw an extension.
There was another one already in the Winston area, which is Church of God, with Elder Winston. I don't know, it's still there. the Church of God.
Well, so I said Seventh Church of God.
Yeah,
In Winston Lane.
In Winston
Well,
Lane.
Seventh Church of
where
God.
you had fellas like
Job Joseph Father.
Job Joseph Father.
Yes.
Your man on the port. You're right. Your man on the port, right?
Binwa Badwell.
Binwa Badwell father was there.
Yes.
Then you had a fella called Kamenti.
Kamenti
was there.
Kamenti was a big follower.
There was a big fight inside that church. A big fight, boy. I tell you, that was a fight.
What was the fight about?
Well, different ideas.
Oh, that's when they talk about the Jew. That's when they talk about Yahweh.
Yeah,
that was the fight.
They had a fight in there
about Yahweh
and then they broke away. Elder Foster.
Yes.
From the Yahweh.
The Yahweh.
Which they operated under his house. And which is Barnell is still in that house.
And then as you're saying that Felix Thomas was part of the of the Seventh Church of God.
Yeah.
And he too was part of the Frata and established the Yahweh.
And they broke again.
So the second one.
And then you had that fella, he was his own church now. I must tell you that. He's a former superintendent of police.
So hold on. I think we're going too fast. We will take it one by one.
Well, so I'm just giving you, since we're in the location of the church.
No, we will go back to the historical aspect of the churches where they found themselves building other churches.
Go ahead.
All right. So we spoke of Jehovah's Witness. Mm-hmm. We have since then seen Jehovah's Witness purchase more land and have done a bigger church at the area that is called in Kenfield. How could I forget that?
In fact, they call it at the back of Daniel Green's property there, where Ghost has his house.
Yes.
In that area there.
Yes.
How do they call that now? There's a
name. There's a
patron name.
Yes, it's not common.
So it'll come to us.
Yeah. So they have the Yahweh Church actually built its headquarters, I should say, in that area. Then you had, we can go to Newtown.
Mm-hmm, go ahead.
The Newtown area had another CUM.
Yes.
That church is still there. Since as a boy in the 70s, I know that church. That church actually was pastored by Pastor Pascal.
Right.
I'm trying to remember what is his first name. But
he used to be on radio as well.
Yes, he used to be on radio. He used to be on DBS radio.
Yeah, he used to be
and also on Voice of Life.
Voice of Life.
Yeah.
But that church, we can give the location. It's close to Reggie Shillingford has his gas station.
It's very close, or we can say opposite that of Shakes. That
yeah.
restaurant right there.
Right there.
That is a very old
CUM
church.
Yeah,
very old CUM church. It has been there for many, many years, And then you had lower down the Fatima. So growing up in the 70s, Brain, we did not know so many churches.
Not really. But as we continue to move more into the 80s and 90s, we will see the expansion. But basically, since we are in the 70s there and we're in the 80s, it's always good to look at the historical aspect of the genesis.
So we can go to the church. Let's go to the Catholic Church a bit. I want us to remember that in the Catholic Church, there was a few situations. One, that the people who could afford for their pews or for their seats or their benches, they would pay the church. They would pay the church for their benches, and their names would have been on the benches.
Yeah.
I was an acolyte, so I know what I'm talking about. All right?
Go ahead.
So and then what you find was when the owners of these benches would have come to church and you found yourself sitting on the benches, you would have had to leave those benches and get back. You remember that, Adams?
I remember. But if you remember in the Catholic Church, you remember the Leo, the new Pope. You have what is known as the Vatican Guards. So the church itself had its own private security, where they had the lands. for protection. So if you come there and you go in a place that you're not supposed to be sitting, you would be asked to move, because the church had its own security at the time. The men, it was beyond the 70s, that would be probably in the 50s, where they had their own security, and in the 60s, where they would offer protection to the church. So, if you came into the church, there may be somebody will tell you, but you can't sit down there. The person is paying for the pew. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to get up. Somebody would come and tell you that.
Mm-hmm. No. That is important to note. I do not know if you can help me if that was a prejudice move by the church to allow those who are able to purchase their seats and to purchase their seat at the front versus those who couldn't afford.
Well, it was not really. It was part of church practice all over the Caribbean. All over the Caribbean. It was not unique to Dominica. That was the philosophy of the church at the time, that a certain group of people who could afford, or who maybe even couldn't afford, but who would be in a position to pay for their seats. So it was part of the whole culture of the church at the time throughout the Caribbean.
And also to even with the Catholic Church.
We have a caller. You want to
Let's
take
see what the caller has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Mr. Bill.
Yes.
Rain.
Yes.
All the people were spending, but their name marked right in front where they have to sit down,
Yes, their name was marked. Yes, I saw that myself.
So if you in a place, you want to come out because they knock on it.
Yeah, the person named Hartly Adams pay for his seat. My name marked there,
Yeah. I had a special seat on the right. That was the bourgeois in them place.
Yes. That's true. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So, Bill, would you consider that as segregation?
No, I wouldn't consider it as segregation. It was part of church philosophy and ideas throughout the Caribbean, that the church itself wasn't the Catholic Church doing what it wants, because he has to obey the dictates of Rome. That was Rome policy. So they cannot do what they want. So certain privileged persons would be allowed to purchase their seat. And that happened throughout the Caribbean. It was not unique to Dominica.
Okay. Also to bring the Catholic Church at the time found itself when people who are not married, had children to be baptized, would not baptize their child on a Sunday. I'm sure many Catholics today are not aware and may not even know of that. They had to baptize their child on a Thursday.
Yes. Church policy. The church is obeying Rome. That's Rome. So what they did was not unique to them. Rome, that was the policy. So all what they did during that period of time was the dictates of Rome that they follow. Yeah, so you baptize. If you are not married or whatever, they would probably pass you at the back of the church. You know many people will pass at the back of the church. You know what that is?
Quite a lot.
So you're not allowed to come. So they had a policy, which it was not their own. Rome. Rome. You have another caller? We could just take it. Let's see what they say.
Good evening to you, caller.
There's one street I would forget to mention on Bath Road, opposite the police station.
Oh,
yes. Very good.
You remember that church name? Remember that church name?
Very good, yes.
You remember that? Huh?
Dimas. It's called the place Dimas.
What's the name of the church?
This call it was Dimas. So
yeah, Dimas, right.
That is the pastor there.
I can't remember the name of it. It's now a car park there. They have bulldozed the church. It's now a car park.
True.
Yes.
And that church was very old.
And as you're saying that, I remembered also on Bath Road where Brandsmack is, the church of Ma Bass and Mr. Bass.
Yes.
The Emmanuels.
Emmanuel.
I'm trying to remember the name of that church on Bath Road, as he just mentioned, the church on the there was that little wooden church for
In front of the
many years.
In front of
I
the
mean, all of
police
us grew.
station.
All of us grew in that church.
Right, but if in front of the police station it is.
I remembered the garaways, not garaways of the hotel, the garaways on Virgin Lane. They used to assemble in that church.
You're correct.
I'm trying to remember the name of the father. Someone will help me for sure. But Sammy Garraway and Gilbert Garraway, father, actually they went to that church on Bath Road. I wish that someone could help us to know of that.
And it stayed there for quite a while before it was demolished. So that's right.
Let's go back to the telephone again. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, his name was William.
I'm not getting it good at all.
You're always muffling. What was the name?
I from Virgin Lane. His name was William. That was his name.
Oh, Williams. Okay.
Edward.
William Edwards.
Okay.
William Edwards. Okay, he said I know his children. I'm not so sure if he's talking about the same person.
Okay.
But I remembered Gilbert Garraway and Sammy Sammy Garraway
going to that church.
And someone said to me, Mr. Edwards. So I maybe their family, that is the Garraways, went to that church of Mr. Edwards.
Okay.
So it could have been. I wonder if he was a white man now, because I never really saw any service in that area.
But, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have a call? Let's see if somebody helping us.
Good evening to you, caller.
Caller,
put your radio down.
Do me a favor, please. When you call, please, do me a favor. Lower down the volume of your radio.
My father was the pastor uncle. His name was Ghana Callery.
Okay.
So William was living downstairs, and because he was his uncle, he was living downstairs, and his father was upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's true.
Good information.
Good information.
Thanks.
Follow the religion.
All right.
So you can't remember the name of the church?
All I know as a youth is religious Dimas. To be honest, I never remember the church name, because to me, I didn't remember it was written on the church.
Okay.
Because I meditated as a youth. Mm-hmm. So I didn't know the church, and I wasn't looking for the church either.
So if this guy is 80 plus and he's telling us he cannot,
I
know
knew
that church.
The name of the church was written at the front of it, but I cannot remember the name.
Yes.
I remember going inside the church myself to observe, but the name was written.
Up on the stick?
Was it?
Up on the stick? I just giving a name.
I don't know.
I really don't know. And I'm sure that many people would have just passed that church and not. So I wonder if Sammy or Garraway or Cheryl could ask her husband, Sammy, what was the name, or Bertrand could tell me. Bertrand is in the US, could help us to identify the name of that church. Yeah. So as I was saying, lower down, we used to have. Lower down, there was this church. We used to have this church that was belonging to the Mabas and Mr. Bass.
Where they had the church? At the home?
No, the church was where the Brandsback is on Bath Road, right next to the stadium. Where Tico, close to where Tico. Okay, I should tell you where Carlton, where Philip.
I know. You're talking about where they're doing the printing.
They're already doing the printing. That's correct.
By Xerox.
By Xerox. That's
Okay.
what I was looking for.
Yeah, in that building.
Right. So that building right there.
Yeah, it was upstairs. The church. You climb up the step and you go upstairs. The church was upstairs. I remember my Bass and Mr. Bass.
So okay. Someone says to me, and that's a very good friend of mine. She's from Virgin Lane, so she knows Sam and them very well. She said it was not Sammy Garraway and them. It was the Edward, Sammy, and family were Catholics. We all grew up together in Virgin Lane. I told you it was apolistic, something like that.
Apolistic.
Yeah, apolistic, something like that. I was.
Apolistic.
Something told me, because I saw something in my head,
Apostolic.
showing an A and a star used to be behind it.
Yeah. Star.
And-
Apostolic.
Yes.
Apostolic.
Yes.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
So yes, the information.
It's correct. Apostolic.
The original Dimas was a man who lived in King George Street. His wife was the aunt of whoever, Mondizi, who later lived in a building. Dimas had his church opposite the new entrance of the police station.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that area there where we seen the vehicles are now parking, there was a church.
That's right.
Right. Also, we saw, and we could count those churches on two hands.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go, you can see the Catholic Church, Methodist Church, Anglican Church, Seventh-day Church, Pentecostal, CUM, Jehovah's Witness, Gospel Mission,
Deliverance Baptist. Well, okay, let me tell you, there was another church on the Mickey Morrow's house.
On Stieber Street?
On Stieber Street. They rented that.
In the 70s into the 80s?
Yes.
I remember Mickey Morrow father's
well, they had
place was
they had a tailor shop.
Shop there.
But after the tailor shop, the guy came there and rented. He's very close to my boss as well. So he rented the church. He rented the building there for a church.
So the possibility it could have been the same church that came from Bath Road.
Yes. Who was he? His name I cannot remember, but he was there for a while. And also where where you have the lodge, the Haitians have a church there now. That was Pastor
lodge.
Prince.
Pastor Prince used to be there before the lodge actually came there. Pastor Prince was there.
Yes, and then he gave the church over to the Haitians. They have a church there now.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
What about the one in River Street next to where John Williams oil is living there?
Which one?
Right across Hartly and on the other side. Church of Nazarene.
Boy, I wrote that name and I just forgot.
Nazarene,
the
yes.
Church of the Nazarene. Right now, there's a barber shop right there.
Right, the Church of the Nazarene.
That's why it's up there.
All right, yes.
Right, the Church of the Nazarene.
Yeah, Church of the Nazarene.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the upper part of a person's wondering where we're talking about. There's a barber shop right there. We were talking about this guy last week, about a few weeks ago, talking about a shop that he used to have, and we used to pass into that yard to get across to Kennedy Avenue. So yes,
the Church of the Nazarene.
The Church of the Nazarene on Riverbank.
Right.
Yeah, Nazarene Church. Yeah. As a matter of fact, that church, you remember some time ago we were talking about week before last we were talking about the guys who were doing God is Affair.
Yes.
And I told you that guy was a Christian. What wasn't that church he was actually going to?
Right.
On River Street.
Well. Seeing that you raised that issue and we're talking church, for instance, so that whilst we're there talking about church, and we talk already about paying of the pews, do you know, seeing is a cultural norm, that right inside there, where people, whilst you're in the church, and let me just tell you what one writer was saying. Let me just tell you. Once I was completely knocked out with astonishment when one day at early morning mass at the Roman Cathedral, I witnessed with my own eyes a young lady bent over in her pew after receiving Holy Communion as if she was praying. Actually, she spat out the host into her handkerchief and folded it. Two older women sitting next to her noticed the incident and gesticulated in a frenzied amazement to the other nearby. The young woman, however, remained unmoved in her assumed posture of prayer. What I later learned, it was for doing obia.
So yes, we would have known. As a matter of fact, the church had adopted giving Holy Communion either in your hand or you open your mouth. And a number of people, I don't think the church at the very beginning gave notice to it, but a number of people would have taken the lusty, this, according to, let's use the Lakou word, to go and do PI. That was the word that we used, to do PI. It's another word for obia, another word for voodoo, but they would have gone and taken that lusty to do PI.
Yeah.
So that's why now people tend to, when you take your communion, not just the father, not just the priest looking at you, but the audience is looking at you.
Okay, right. So I just thought I would bring that aspect of it, since we're talking about pews in that period of time,
Right.
and what did some people used to do with that Holy Communion.
Yes. So the church, the Catholic Church, we will go to the others. So as we said, the Catholic Church, you have to pay for your pew, and also if you were not married and you had a child to be baptized, that you could not baptize your child on a Sunday. You had to the child had to be baptized on a Thursday.
All right.
So for persons who were not aware of that. Now, with the other denomination, like the Seventh Church, they insisted that you come to church with your head. As a female, your head has to be covered. Your head has to be covered. And to them, it would be a sin that you would come to church uncovered. And you would have to get your hat, or sometimes they use handkerchiefs to cover their head, because when they pray, you had to have your head covered.
Right.
Also, too, I can speak of the Seventh Church, that you could not come to church with a pants. Pants was not accepted in the Seventh Church.
Well, let me give you something. Religious worship among some Christians is not so much in their beliefs in divinity, but they more come there to show their dress, how much dress they have, and how they can show off fashions.
That's no.
Well,
No. Then, no. We're talking about, we'll graduate. Someone was just helping me and say that the church that we're talking about on Stephen Street was called Church of Christ.
Church of Christ.
All right, Church of Christ.
The Church of Christ.
Right. No. In our time going to church, and the popular term still is wrong. Render your hat, not your garment. So you find that ladies would come with big congos. Some, if you are reputable, they would iron their hair. That's what they used to say. They would iron their hair, and their clothes wasn't always the very best. Meaning that if they come to church this Sabbath with a particular clothes, most likely you're going to see them next Sabbath with that clothes.
No, but I know, for instance, in the Pentecostal church, man, they came with their fashion.
Okay.
I mean, you had to come looking good. You come with your nice clothes. You come dressed. So it was a place, and I don't know whether we will come fast forward, where ladies look at church on a Sunday, where they came out with their best. They make sure that they went to the seamstress, or they went to the store to buy their hat, and also
buy their perm.
And just come out with their shoes looking good.
And it was strange, Adams, that when these people left the Catholic Church, the whole demeanor of religion changed.
Man, you cannot come to the church where you have to be excited and singing and praising and worshiping. While the Catholic Church still in their Ave Maria, you're singing lustily, you're moving and you're rocking. Guitars are playing and women and men are rocking. Come on.
So you went to the Catholic Church, and you would not have witnessed the how you call that, this
solemn thing.
No. In the Catholic Church, you witness the
solemn thing. You come with.
As a matter of fact, the Catholic Church was very ritual.
Solemn.
So
ritual.
you have when you enter, the bell rang, you stand. The priest speaks. They have the first reading, they have the second reading. You have the acolytes bringing this thing for them. Yeah, so it was a ritual thing.
The ritual thing.
Then when you found yourself
in
the other church,
man, fire.
You have dancing, you have Bible verse, you have testimonies,
talking in tongues.
So it was a different
new fire, man.
Yeah, it was a new fire.
Holy Ghost
for many people.
Holy Ghost fire fall on you, man.
And not only that, though. When you were Catholic, it was like wash your foot and come inside. I'm sorry to say that, Catholics. I don't mean any bad. It meant that you would just go to church. You'd hear some of us earlier on said that when you went to church, and they give you some money for communion, for offering, that most times that we would have taken the money to buy our unbreakables, our tablets, and etc.
Well, not in those things. Not in those
when
churches.
you went to these other churches,
no, man, you have to give your.
You feel so guilty that you have to.
You're robbing God.
Yes.
When you hear the pastor say, "Don't rob the Lord."
Right. So when you found yourself living in the Catholic Church, and go into the other denominations, as you rightly said, it was a fashionable thing.
Yeah, very fashionable.
Not the long nails, but the dresses and
look good.
the hairdo.
The hairdo.
It was totally different.
Yeah, totally different.
Yes,
totally different.
And so, the Catholic Church got a lot of competition from now the black pastors. The pastors, so at the very beginning of the 60s, 70s, you had Brother White and
the white fellas.
The Seventh Church, I don't think they ever attracted white pastors. I cannot recall ever going to a Seventh Church where I saw a white pastor in the Roseau Adventist Church. But yes, go ahead.
I think we had Pastor White was a black man.
Pastor White was a black man.
Yeah, from Trinidad, he was a black man, but he had fire.
Yeah. But you had a white priest, a white pastor. I'm trying to remember his name.
Well, we had Dabrowski.
Right.
White man.
Yes.
And then from there you had the fiery pastor
James Bell. Yeah. But James Bell was when the new church was built.
Yeah, when the new church was built.
He got baptized in the old church.
And fire break up.
Then fire break up. So we will come to that.
Yeah.
We'll come to that. So you found quite a lot of the Catholics get into these crusades, that's what they used to call them. So in those days you had crusades everywhere. So you had Buzai on Lakou speaking. Well, what was fun about Buzai was he would get someone to read the Bible for him, and he in return would dictate what the guy has said
in patois,
and he would say it in Creole. and there was some things that he would have said in Creole.
Still historic.
And it wasn't the best thing to translate. And so it was very phony.
Very phony.
Yeah, it was very phony.
People would look forward to hearing him, boy.
So where I can tell you where he was. You see the end to the northern side of Jay's. I just want to tell people in Lakou,
right, yes.
where there was a lamp hole. I must watch you see that lamp post is still there.
Yeah.
So Pastor Bell and about 3 people would Pastor Bell, sorry.
You're talking Buzai.
Buzai. And the name Buzai came because of the
lamp.
The lamp, Buzai. And so he would have his Buzai on his table, on the side.
Yes.
And he would have been that short, stumpy man.
Big, stumpy.
And he'd say, get me Revelation, whatever, and the person would have read. Yeah. And he would say it in patois. And as I said, that patois wasn't, the language of translation
not easy.
Wasn't very easy, And so Buzai would have been there. And so you found some of the churches very dead, but the Pentecostal church found itself introducing instruments.
Guitars, drums.
Yeah. And when they studied it from Pastor Bell in Goodwill. The other denominations
copied it.
No. They criticize it.
Oh yes.
So I just remember that.
Yeah.
So 70s say, why are you doing that? Because 70s never believed in dancing in church in those days.
Yes.
CUM was just almost like the Catholic Church, that the ritual, almost like the Catholic Church. So many of the churches, when Pastor Bell decided that he was going to bring Holy Ghost come down on the Pentecost.
Oh, yes.
That he changed and changing black people of music.
Yes.
So he brought in the musical instruments.
That's right.
And you saw the numbers of the church started to grow.
Oh,
So I think Pastor Bell must be credited for the kind of things that he did.
Yeah.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you,
Innovation,
caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Cecil.
Good evening.
Hi, Brain.
How are you?
Good. How are you all?
Good.
Yes. I don't know whether you all talked about the Catholic Church being involved in slavery. I heard some of what you were talking about, but I was not listening throughout.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether you all have spoken about it. I know we are a very religious people, but we needed to dig up our history as a people, because Christianity was forced on us as a people. We have always been a spiritual people. I heard you mention about the communion, what people would take it and do with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But our spirituality was demonized so that we were forced, our forefathers were forced to accept Christianity. And even one of the ships one of the enslaved ships was called the Jesus of Lubeck, And my brother shared with me when my grandmother was alive, there was a man who came to her telling her that he had lost his sheep. And she told him, go to such and such a place and you will find it. And he did. He came back and told her, you know what you told me? It what really happened. I found my sheep. But, we had eyes to see as a people. But I think right now, so many things, have blinded us, and we have taken that religion, it consumes us. And I ask myself, everybody's calling on God. Every nation has a God, but we as people cannot get along, even though we call on God's name and Jesus. You see? So we have to find ourselves again as a people, because looking up to the sky, nothing is coming back. Nothing. People, might not like that, but the truth is the truth, and we need to start telling people the truth. We are spiritual people. Christianity was never a part of us, And even King James funded a massive transatlantic project when slavery was well and alive, So
That's true.
I'm listening.
Right.
Thank you.
But let me just help her there and just read something. Permanent French settlements from 1720 determined that the island would be subject to Article 2 of Jean-Baptiste Colbert Code Noir of 1688. All slaves on our island are to be baptized and instructed in the Catholic, Apostle, and Roman religion. So the church itself, especially, was involved in the very early days of slavery, in terms of estate owning, baptizing the slaves, and they really never really turned a blind eye to slavery at the time. But the Vatican has also said that, and for instance, there's reconciliation, within the church and some of the practices that it did or got involved with. So, it's a new era, but this is when you talk about the historical aspect of the church. These are some of the things because the church was involved with it.
And as we are saying this, Brain, we have to come to understand while we may have blamed the church, for making us become, as they said, Christians. We have to also look at the present day, what is happening.
Yeah.
We have seen the present day where we would blame the church for slavery, but we are having an attitude of selling out. The churches have found themselves splitting up with doctrine and ideology.
Right.
So don't blame the European church with the same concept, because we
well-
are doing that today.
Well, the concept, the reality of history, when we read history, we understand the Code Noah. We know that the church itself, in terms of settlement, in terms of slavery and Christianity and conversion, that took place. So it's not a question we can run away from the history of the church. It's a fact.
But we have to also, as we're talking on the development of the church, Brain, if we have to go back a bit to the Catholic Church, we have to look at some of the things that they did that remain in our minds.
Yeah, well, of course they were involved.
For instance, they were involved in education.
Well, yes, there's a great movement in education that the Catholic Church was very much involved with the establishment of the convent, within the St. Mary's Academy, the SMP, so they've done a lot of work in terms of educating the masses.
And it's important to make that note. So you just mentioned a few, but if we have to look at, as you said, the convent, the St. Martin Primary, St. Martin High School.
Yeah.
Before the St. Martin High School, they had the vocational section.
Yeah.
Which was a brilliant piece of work they did. They also had the St. Mary's Primary.
Yes.
In Portsmouth, they have the St. John's.
And they have opened a high school in Portsmouth. They have the St. John's Primary.
They have the St. John's Primary. Yeah. So the Catholic Church, in terms of even looking at educating the masses,
have done a lot.
They were very instrumental in that.
Yeah.
And when you look at the kind of contribution that they have given in education,
it cannot be challenged.
It can be measured.
No,
I mean, they did it maybe with a percentage of central government, but they would have been very much instrumental
right.
in ensuring that they help in educating.
Educating.
And when we look outside of education, we can look at the feeding program that they had.
Right. And many persons up to now, if your child goes to the convent or to the SMA or the SMP, people look forward to sending their children to those schools because they know that the chances of the child doing well is very good because of the type of education and really just instructions given to them. So
and you're right.
In terms of that.
You're right, Brain. If you had to speak to 10 children, let's just use the Roseau catchment area. If you had to talk to 10 boys, or let's say 10 boys and girls, let's not discriminate. 10 children, and 5 ladies, 5 men. Out of the 5 ladies, I can guarantee you that 4 out of the 5 would like to go to convent.
Well, if we go into when you look at the in the terms of the performance indicators, you would have seen that the convent over the years and the St. Martin School has done extremely well in terms of the common entrance, which we call the national assessment now, and in terms of the GC, CXC, they have performed extremely well when you look at it statistically over the years.
Right. And so the Catholic Church started their process. And we saw later on, not just the Catholic Church in education, the Seventh-day Adventists themselves establish a primary school and a high school. So they have primary school, I think, in St. Joseph. They have one in Roseau. And I think they have a few others in other parts of Wesley and so on. Let's take a call quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Yes, it's me again. Yes, I heard you mentioning, the establishment of education by the Catholic Church. Yes, but were we ever taught African history in elementary school, high school, even college? We were not taught our own history. They may have done some good, yes, but you have to look at the overall picture. What did they really leave us with? Two things that separate us and have us divided: religion and politics. I'm thinking to myself, Dominica is such a small country. Why would you have 4 different political parties? Or how many people are going to vote? We don't even have 80,000 people.
Caller, we're not talking politics. We're talking
Religion.
tonight church. Church, we're talking tonight.
I'm saying what they left us with: 2 things, religion and politics, and they divide us. Then the Catholic Church, okay, they are run by men who are not married. So you mean to tell me these men don't have feelings?
That's a
We have to look at
no.
no.
You have to respect the doctrine of the church. You know,
doctrine,
I'm not going to make it my business. If someone feels that he wants to be a
eunuch,
he wants to be a eunuch.
He wants to be a eunuch.
That is him. I'm
some
not going
men
to
are
argue that point.
We're not going to argue that.
That's not a point. I always tell people let's not
go into that.
Let's not go into people's favor.
But that is a fact.
No
caller.
It
is a fact.
So,
no.
Madam, some
You
men
might be a Pentecostal.
some men are eunuch.
You might
Some
be a
men
Pentecostal.
no,
I might say to you, why don't you become an Adventist to look at the
No,
Seventh?
I am.
I'm Cecil. Some people are born eunuchs.
I used to be a church person, but when I did my history, when I did my studies, I just realized we have been taught lies. You understand? Lies. And it's time to break those lies.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
What makes you believe though? She talk about teaching us African history.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think that the African history that we would be taught would be truth? I'm saying that we mustn't just figure out what we believe is just the truth. When I went to St. Mary's Academy, I went to St. Mary's Academy just before independence, and we found ourselves learning European history. After independence, we found ourselves being taught Caribbean history. I mean, it's a given fact. And so the European history also linked with African history. Those of us who went to high school would know that a lot of the European history that was taught to us also was linked with African history.
Well, the thing about it and the reality of it is that not only Dominica, African history is not something that was taught within the Caribbean space. With the advent of this great historian, how Europe underdeveloped Africa, Dr. Walter Rodney, and with the advent of the Black Power movement, with Paul Revere, Julian Johnson, Aurelius Joly, Bernard Wilshire, there was a move towards African identity. In Jamaica, too, with the advent of the Rastafarian movement, there was more a movement towards Ethiopia and Haile Selassie. So people started to pay attention to Africa. But within the Caribbean space, we were more subject to European history. And later on, we got into, well, even British history, because when we went to the grammar school, we did world history and European history with more emphasis on British history. So, I mean, it was part of the curriculum that we were guided by.
So let's come back to where we started, you know.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about the church and the things that the church, from the Lakou we're talking about, the things that the church would have established. And we spoke earlier on of the Losty. It's an establishment of the church, a doctrine of the church. We spoke earlier on about education. And we now speaking about the whole idea of how they had their feeding program.
Well, before you go to the feeding program, through the education program, they introduced, I know, and you can correct me, basketball.
Yes, in St. Mary's Academy.
Basketball was not a sport we had in Dominica until the brothers came.
That's correct.
And they introduced basketball to Dominica. So basketball being played in Dominica.
So we need to compliment the church.
Yeah, the Catholic Church.
The Catholic Church for the presence of basketball.
Basketball.
They came in like the Europeans did. They brought in cricket.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were not involved in cricket
Right.
Until the Europeans or the British brought it into our paths.
Right. So I know the American brothers were very instrumental into the introduction of basketball into the. So you have all the great basketball stars. Most of them came from the academy.
Right. That's a very good point. So we can go a little bit into looking at the education aspect in the other churches. As I said, the Pentecostal church itself has its preschool, I think, program. The CUM has also its preschool program. The Seventh-day Adventist has primary school and that of a high school. And they have a few primary schools around the country, and they also have a high school. I'm not so sure the other churches what they have. I think CUM. No, I just mentioned CUM. I'm not so sure the other churches.
Well, I know, for instance, some of the churches engaged. I know the one in Goodwill. They have a preschool. Did you call it the one by Lindo Park?
A CUM. Yes, I did.
I know they have that. But a few of them. I know there's some in the country as well. But basically, it was more preschool. I know the Pentecostal church, you mentioned it, has their preschool under the church. And most of those schools operate within the church. I know, for instance, the 7 days, the school is in the church itself, downstairs the church. And I know now they're building and moving forward to building a secondary school next to the Goodwill Technical and Vocational School, which is in construction as we speak.
So the churches themselves, many of the churches in Dominica have found themselves, giving back in terms of education to the populace.
Yeah.
So that they must be complimented.
Yeah.
Even in looking at the doctrine of the Catholic Church, we would remember that when you go into your pew, you must kneel and make the sign of the cross.
Yeah.
And the opposite side of this now in the other denominations, I find it is rather strange that the other denominations believe in the cross. Believed in the cross. And you're going back to the Lakou. The Lakou, we love the cross because the cross was a form of hope. But then what happened later on in that same mid-70s into the 80s, that we were taught not to do the sign of the cross.
Well, each one of them came with their doctrine. I mean, come on. I know, for instance, in the...
Someone's on it.
Yeah, let's take it.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Brain.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I don't really get into discussions of religion and politics and so on.
It's very controversial.
Very controversial. And we have to be honest.
Yeah, we are controversial.
Religion is very much tied to politics and very much tied to society. So I'm going to leave that alone.
Yeah.
My policy is where they put me is there I stay. Because I am very happy with being Roman Catholic or Catholic, and I pay attention to the way I live my life.
Okay.
But I just want to say that the credit union cooperative was introduced in Dominica by Sister Alicia of the Social Center.
You're correct.
And that is very important. The one, they started in Roseville with Mr. Edward Elwin, and then the second one was St. Alphonsus Credit Union on Steba Street, close to Brain House.
That's correct.
The first office was downstairs, Mr. Pierce.
Ensley Pierce, downstairs. Ensley Pierce.
And that's where we used to have to go as little children
to save.
To bring our little card to pay.
Yeah, you're right.
They took Matilda Mason, who was a teacher at St. Martin's School.
And you're right.
They took her out to manage the St. Alphonsus branch.
Very good.
Then they moved to Winston Lane,
yes.
just across from where the Zamos used to live.
Right.
So that's where the Goodwill Credit Union moved to. And the Social Center, which was run by Sister Alicia, They were the ones who also built the apartments on the riverbank.
Riverside
So
apartment.
all that, yes, the Riverside apartments where Mrs. Neva Edwards, who later ran the social center,
Mrs.
Mr.
Johnson,
Nats,
Mrs. Johnson lives
Mrs.
there.
Johnson, all those buildings there, they were built by the social center run by Sister Alicia, who obviously was a Catholic nun. And we cannot forget the nuns were also nurses, because there was a nun with a little foot. She used to drive a car.
That's right.
And she was running the Stronach ward when Princess Margaret Hospital opened. Because I remember she was the one that my mom always told us. She insisted that when, especially at that time, almost all Dominicans were Catholics. And she used to insist when they were registering the children, Mommy said she always insisted that they have to have a saint name. And if the parents couldn't think of one, she would give them one. So the Catholic Church has done a lot of work. I am not going into the depth of what the other caller was saying, because she's right. We cannot separate the church from the evils that it perpetrated internationally. And it was involved in slavery. So let's put that aside. I'm not going there. That is another discussion for another day, but we cannot ignore the good work of the Catholic Church in Dominica, because in my eyes as a child, when the other churches was coming up, all, people used to go, they used to come, the Jehovah Church started with them going around in Goodwill, door to door, giving people watchtower. And I can remember when that church was being built on Princess Lane. The pastor was a white man. We used to call him Pinky. All Goodwill children knew him as Pinky. You were so pink.
Yes,
and
Pinky.
he answered to the name Pinky. So the church go way back. And if you go to the, Brain said he knew a pastor white who was black.
Yeah,
I
Redskin.
knew a pastor white who was white. He was white and he lived in one canal lane. Pastor White and Mrs. White. The church, Pentecostal church, started right there in one canal lane. And they had 3 children, Richie, Robbie, Rebecca. Those were kids that I grew up with, so I know them. And then they built the Pentecostal church by the bridge.
Okay.
And when they left Dominica, Mr. James, Henry James, and Ruth James moved to one canal lane with a very large family from Soufrier. Mrs. James is Alex Deja's sister. And I can tell you, because that's the area, one of the areas I grew up in Goodwill. So Brooks
Alex
was
Deja,
also
so
a
hold on,
white
caller.
man.
Hold on, caller.
He was a white from
Alex
Trinidad.
Alex Deja, the
Was a
mother
teacher
of the
at
mother
Rosa Boys
of Mr.
Of Roddy
of
and
Roddy
Michael.
and Michael. Okay.
She's
Teacher at
Mrs.
convent.
Ruth James' sister, younger sister.
Right.
I know that for a fact because, again, based on where I grew up and the people I dealt with. But I just want to make it clear that I was listening when you guys were talking about the churches, the building, and that was where I wanted to stay, because I'm not getting into the doctrine. I'm not
Amen.
qualified to do that.
Thank you very much. I
I'm
love
not
that.
getting into that.
I love that.
Okay, but
Yes.
Mr. James was also when they came to Goodwill to live, they were running the CUM church on Upper Lane and Great Marlborough Street.
Right.
And I remember Vacation Bible School, all children from us in the lane would trip down to Vacation Bible School with them. But the Pentecostal church was first in that building, and Mr. and Mrs. Neebs used to come to church there, and that is how all the children on the street knew them, and they knew all the kids. And Bella was a dark woman from Montserrat. She used to come and get all the kids, and she would bring us up by Sobrook's house next to the Lindu Park. That's where they build the church right now. That's where Sir Brooks used to live. And later, I don't know what happened to Sir Brooks, because we used to call him Sir Brooks until they corrected us and tell us, no, his name, the last name is Sir Brooks.
Sir Brooks.
And then the Drygos came to live in the house
Right, that's
next
correct.
to Lindu Park, where the CUM church is, because that's where Chicky Booms met his wife.
Miss
One
Drygo.
of the Drygo's daughters he got
yeah,
married
Chicky
to.
Boom. Yeah,
that
Chicky
was
Boom.
my playmate.
Chicky Boom's wife.
So I just wanted to just insert that, and the Gospel Mission Church in Goodwill, right next to Loverty, Greenaway, which is the church, I know the Luges went there from the Catholic Church.
Yes.
That church was set up again by a white evangelist and his wife. Then he was called Brother Oof, Pastor Hoof.
Pastor Hoof,
And they used to woo children. That's what their evangelizing is all about. They came to those places to build their numbers because the Catholic Church was in control of all those places. And it was a lot of tension in Goodwill with the church, the priests that was living in St. Alphonsus at the time, Father Lonk and Father Bilos. And Father Lonk was the pepper, and he was the one that would call Catholic parents and confront them when their children used to go to vacation Bible school. But all we wanted was the coloring book and the toys and the snack they used to give in the vacation Bible school. So that was the Gospel Mission Church next to Lovat Greenaway. And later Yahweh came. And Yahweh was between Martha Richards and where the St. Alphonsus Credit Union moved to on Winston Lane. At one point, every year you turn, a new church was popping up in Goodwill. But the Jehovah Witness, they first started off walking through the neighborhood, giving people watchtower and awake. And then they built that big 3-story building right on the corner of Princess Lane and Federation Drive. That's my little spiel. Good night.
Good night.
Wow.
That
is very comprehensive.
Very comprehensive.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm amazed.
I mean, she articulated beautifully.
Very
precise.
What I liked, the fact that many people may not even know where the first Pentecostal church was.
Right.
And she told us it's one Canal Lane.
One Canal Lane.
So when the Pentecostal church are having their anniversaries, they must visit that one Canal Lane.
Very good historic.
Yeah, that is good information.
Very good, very good. We have another caller, Cecil.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, great.
Yes, good evening.
A brother called Brother Walker.
Yes, Brother Walker, yeah.
That long house in River Street there.
Right.
There was a school there, and he has got his service there.
That's where I went to school.
Albert Miller was one of his teachers there.
Yeah. That's where I went to preschool there, Brother Walker.
All right.
I went to school there. Yeah. You're correct.
Thank you.
That's good. People are listening.
I wish you could call me back again, but to give me some more.
Yeah, she was very precise.
Give me some more information on some of the churches.
Yeah, she was
because
precise.
here it is, she was able to articulate church by church, where they first were,
precise.
And what was nice about it was she was able to tell us about the two priests in St. Alphonsus. And one was a pepper,
Father Long.
And was cool.
Lonky was a pepper. Mm-hmm. I remember him very well. Tall, fierce-skinned white man, Father Long.
And that is rich information.
Rich information. Well, that's what the listeners are there for, to interact
because you see
and to give information as well.
What that does, right, for the listeners, is to gather that kind of information for future. I mean, even some people who are at the various denominations, they may not know of. So I wish you could call us back to tell us a little bit about the Seventh Adventist Church. How they were able to come.
Well. She would probably have an idea, but you see, one of the things that you have to try to remember within the church when you go there, as a young person, or even when you are in your 20s, is to try to understand the history of the church. It will tell you a very interesting story as to where they came from, who was there before. And it would be good for the churches themselves to have a little section when they do their education, that they educate their members as to the evolution of their church. It's always good.
And that is important, because a lot of people tend to think, let us just talk about Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But it is also important to give the background of the church, the rationale why the church is wrong.
Yeah.
And you heard Yo-Yo, and that will stick in my mind, that these people who came across to us, knowing what the Catholic Church did, they came to build on their numbers.
You build your numbers, yes.
Build on your numbers.
And there was free, and as you can hear, there was dispute because the Catholic Church has not always remained quiet as to people coming to try to push onto their membership. My father told me that in the early days, in the 30s and in the 40s, you were not allowed to have the Bible because it means the church would say that you're going to get confused by reading it. So there was a big debate in the church as to whether the Bible should be allowed to fall in the hands of persons who would use it to create their own religions. And as she said, there was a friction between Father Long, well, not he, but basically the church in Portersville, St. Alphonsus, and that gentleman there where the Lugies went, trying to, he thinks, take members from the church. Now, with the advent of the church, and that's a very important point, that will come too, because with the advent of many of the different churches, the numbers in the Catholic Church has dwindled in terms of the church population, which would be probably at the time was about 98% of Dominicans' population was Catholic. But if you look now, it would only be about 60% because
or even less.
Varying churches have just emerged
or even
and
less.
pushed onto their members. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was very comprehensive.
Mm-hmm. And we can speak also of the Catholic Church feeding program. Mm-hmm. I think you have a good background of the feeding program in the Catholic Church.
Well, I know, for instance, in the 1970s, 60s, thereabout, 60s, when I went to Chateau, we had a feeding program, the Bolga. That's where I first got introduced to the Bolga, to the oil in the tin. They had a big tin with oil, the cornmeal. They had cornmeal, I remember that very well, very well. So, I mean, I know they operated from the social center.
So this week when I passed on Turkey Lane, for those of you who are confused where Turkey Lane is, it is the lane where the St. Mary's Academy is located. And right in front of the gate to enter the St. Mary's Academy, on the other side, you would see where the windows there, I think there are 3 windows. Mm-hmm. And the first 2 windows, before you get into the entrance of the presbytery, you have where the members of the church who actually distributing the cornmeal, the flour, the oats, the bolga, and the oil.
And the oil, yeah.
And that used to be done every Friday.
Every Friday.
And I know, living in Phillips Lane in that period, trying to get our brown paper bags.
Right, yeah.
So we had to ensure, those days there was nothing called plastic. We had to get brown paper bags and to get there very early.
To get your stuff.
Yeah, before 3 o'clock, I think it was. If memory serves me right. If anybody, especially you, if you can give us that time. But before 3 o'clock, we had to find ourselves in line. And a great number of people, a lot of ordinary people would have benefited from that program.
Right.
And that is where CLIM came.
CLIM, yes.
You have M-I-L-K,
yes.
you have K-I-L-M, so
CLIM.
which is CLIM.
CLIM, yes.
The opposite of milk. You had CLIM. So you had, so I was saying that you had Bolga, you had CLIM,
you had
cornmeal. You had cornmeal, you had oats. And you had another.
Well, I can't remember. And not only that, whilst you also came for your feeding, you had your brogodo. They give you close to,
Well, I know they gave brogodo, but I wasn't fortunate to get brogodo close.
Yeah, my auntie got. They gave close to the less fortunate. So they were very involved in what we call the social aspect of Dominica's life, in the feeding and in clothing.
Yeah, what someone said to you, Brain. Mm-hmm. Mr. Adams, you are right. Because I remember my grandmother saying that a white priest coming to their home when her mother was sick and seeing her father's Jerusalem Bible, and he took it.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. They take my grandmother's Bible. Bibles are not all. They took your Bible, man. Are you mad to have Bible, reading Bible, to get confused? So quite a number of many Bibles were huffed, man, by the church. You think it was an easy thing now for you to go just reading Bible, and the next thing you're saying Pentecost, the next thing you're saying don't take blood, the next thing you're saying only come and worship on a Saturday. You think?
And that's what. And that's
are you mad?
And that's what we witness.
Are you mad?
That the church had to ensure that it gave out all of these things so that its members can stay focused.
They stay
because
focused.
Here it is.
You stay focused.
The other churches would have had dynamism.
Yeah. You stay focused. You stay focused. Stay focused. Stay on path.
Someone's
Don't go straight.
someone's on the telephone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. I'm enjoying you guys' show tonight. It's very interesting. You had a lady that called earlier on. She is spot on what she was talking about historically with churches in Dominica. And before that, the topic she was on was about Christianity, about enslavement. I remember reading, I just read it again when she was on the phone, about King Leopold of Belgium talking to the missionaries before they go to the Congo. He was saying to the missionaries that these people know, the black people of Africa know God better than we do. So they had to go and confuse these people in Africa about Christianity so that they could host their minerals and to enslave these people of Africa. So sometimes we need to search the scripture for ourselves, because we as black people, as a people, we are from the Creator. And no matter what people tell us, they should not make us kind of docile in religion, because that's what I notice that's going on around the world with us as a people. Religion have us forgetting what we are there for, to look after each other, to be each other's keeper. You guys follow what I'm saying, right? Because sometimes we get so lost in religion, we forget that man that need help, that sick person that need help, because we refuse to help somebody on the Sabbath day or on Sunday because of our belief. Anyway, gentlemen, I'll be continuing listening to what you all are saying.
Well, thank you. Well, one of the great revolutionaries, he was a Catholic Jesuit, said that religion is the opium of the nation. Not I that said it, Fidel Castro. He was a Catholic, and in recent times before he died, the Pope came to Cuba. But he said in one of his books that religion is the opium of the nation. Good evening.
Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, caller. Well, yeah.
Sorry about that, caller. Call me back. No, brain. I want us to go back and to look at the works of the churches in terms of giving back to the communities. We are on feeding, but before we do that, let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make one last contribution.
No. You have to make a contribution as much as you can.
Go on, my sister.
Go ahead.
Go on, my sister.
Okay. You remember when they opened up Sun Style Garments Industry?
Yes.
And it was right opposite
On
the
Turkey
St.
Lane?
George's Hall,
On
and all
Turkey
the
Lane?
ladies were on Turkey Lane, where all the ladies were sewing,
Yes.
and they were making all the school uniforms.
Yes.
That was also set up by the Social Center and Sister Alicia.
So what I thought, sorry caller. I don't know why I thought it was something of Mr. Gegwa.
No, but they also had where they sewed the mats as well.
Okay, exactly. And what we call choppy crafts.
Choppy.
All
Yes.
of that was done by the Catholic Church in Dominica. So I just want to put those little pointers there just to show the work of the Catholic Church. Because I, as a child growing up, I just saw the other churches. I always say, at this point in my life, I never see no local person that was doing the work of the church, and all the ladies and all the societies. My mother was in Sacred Heart, and the things they used to go visit in the prison. I never see other religions come to Dominica and do that. If they're doing it, is now. To me, as a child, they used to come to spread Christianity among us, to build their numbers. I am not criticizing them for that. I am just saying.
Can I give you a little clarity on something that you just said? I was in
That's fine. I was
in the Adventist church, right? at a very early age in the
Yes,
mid
the Seventh-day
70s.
Adventist Church was
Right.
there a long time. Yes,
Right,
and they did good work too.
and we did quite a lot in terms of visiting the sick. So we made it our business every Sabbath to visit the sick, and to visit the prison,
Okay.
and to visit St. Luke's. You remember St. Luke's?
Okay.
The madhouse.
Cecil, remember, listen to me well.
Yes.
Because you seem to believe that I might be my mother's age. But I am right in your age group. I am just telling you the things I remember as a child.
Yes.
And I always thank my mom for the way she raised us, because she was in everything. When they were doing tea parties upstairs in the social center to raise funds, my mother had us as little children doing things with her. So I know that. When the Methodist Church used to have their tea party in Wesley High School with Mrs. Osborne and Mrs. Roberts and Mrs. Cordero, I was a little girl, but my mother was in guide, so she was dragging us everywhere. So while you think I might be my mother's age, I am only giving you what I remember as a child and what I know, and I'm just sharing because I think sometimes some good pieces of information
Can
are
be
left
lost.
out, and it can be lost. And I just figure while we capturing everything, we must some things we must try to capture everything. I don't know everything. I'm just sharing what I know,
I'm happy.
and I only share what I am sure about.
And I'm very happy you're doing
Very
that.
happy you're doing
No, you know what I would like to see happen? Next week, Sunday, I wish I could get your mom. I know she'll be, let me say to her, advance birthday greetings.
Cecil, I can tell you no, it's not going to happen.
Okay.
My mother still remembers a lot of things because I'm telling you, she is blessed, thank God, with her memory, and I won't tell you how old she's going to be.
I know how old she's going to be. I know how old.
Okay, and stop calling my name on the radio, by the way. But let me just make
Yes, go ahead.
because I never was into Lakou until my sister got me involved, and I find it very interesting because
Thank
I
you.
like history, and probably that's why. So hold on a second. I can tell you it won't happen. But if I want to check something, and most of my friends who no longer have their parents around, they call us to ask mommy. And one of my friends was stunned when mommy tell her where C.G. Philip was and who was the person selling the toys in front of the train, C.G. Philip, when she was a young lady, because the person was trying to locate one of their relatives that she didn't know, and mommy nailed it for her. So that's why I'm telling you, she won't get on the radio, I can tell you that, Cecil. But the things I know, a lot I know from her, and I double check, but a lot of what I am sharing, things that I saw with my two eyes as a child.
Wow.
Because I always tease my James friends now. You guys came from Soufriere and we used to play all our games in front of the house, and you guys just came and put up a wall and we could no longer run in the yard. I always tease them, and we're still very close friends up to this day.
Nice.
Okay?
Nice.
So I'm just telling you, but don't forget Sun Style, because Sun Style was where the social center set up the garment industry in Dominica. And I know the only garment person I know before that was Maba, Reliance Dress Shop, because she used to make my brother's khaki pants and our school blouses. And then came Sun Style,
So,
and then later, I don't know when more.
What about the man shop? What you know about the man shop?
I don't remember anything about the man shop unless somebody jogged my memory.
The man shop on Independence Street now, as we say. It was then at the time Queen Mary Street, where Eric's Bakery used to have their depot, and you had the man shop right on the next side of it.
Oh, I don't know that. That probably was, I probably had left already. But I just
okay.
remember Eric's Bakery depot was next to Benji.
Yes.
And Eto, where they have the preschool right now, and Eto that have the kids with solo.
Yes.
She used to
She
work
worked
in
there.
there.
She used
And
to work
Alifia Luge, Alifia Doctorov, Diana Wom daughter.
Yes.
Those are the people I know working in there, because sometimes they would transfer them to the one in Goodwill on Federation Drive.
Yeah.
So I know these people, but I don't know anything about the man shop.
No, you could maybe help us to have a better understanding of the social center, the preschool.
To be honest with you, as a child, I went to St. Alphonsus preschool that used to be in front of the church where the guys play basketball or whatever. I know the social center had the little school with the creche, the little creche school. And then I know the building because we were always in there, and they had tropic crafts Mrs. Eugene used to work in Tropicrafts, and Mavolny that was running SMA with Brother Estrada during the revolt. She used to work in Tropicrafts, and I know have lots of friends that their mom worked in Tropicrafts. But I know Tropicrafts very well because I don't know if you know where the Nichols used to live.
Yes, right by the
My
Tropicraft.
mommy's name was Vania Shillingford, T.D. Shillingford daughter, sister to those Larrock's father. So I can
Is it
go
the same
all
Vanya
back
Shillingford?
there.
Is it the same Vanya Shillingford on Winston Lane?
Vanya Shillingford, she passed 100 and something. She had two sons, Cedric and Wilfred. And across in that area there, Avenel, Ronald, Edwin, all of these people I know personally because those were like my mother's people. And when we transferred from St. Alphonsus Preschool, we went first to St. Martin School for a while before Mommy transferred us into prep because Constitution Hill used to be like home after school when you see they attack my sister. So Mommy was tired with everybody coming and tell her, you'll land on Constitution Hill. So that's how I can tell you because my years at St. Martin School was some of the best years of my life because I always found prep convent was a little dull. But let's move on. But right there next to Tropicraft, that was where Edwin, Avenel, Ronald used to live there, Cedric and Wilfred. And when we came down as little children going to school in the St. Gerard's Hall, we used to have to go there for our lunch by the Shillingfords and Mommy Nenen. And then Mommy would pick us up after work to bring us up to good. And you know who used to come and get us in school? You remember Matchy Stick? A man they used to call Matchy Stick?
Yes, Matchy Stick by the Nichols.
The Nichols,
Nichols?
Yeah, by the Nichols,
right.
yes.
Matchy Stick that used to come and pick us up from the St. Gerard's Hall to bring us over by Mabuguni and where we used to have to stay and wait for Mommy. Because that was my mother's childhood home. And I got to know a lot more about it years later when I met, I'll tell you who. Her name is Yvette. She's Joey Kuzlatik's sister. We traveled one time together, and she was telling me about growing up right there. And Mrs. Hyson, Sandra Hyson that run, she's Sandra Robinson. She has been old-time sick. These people I get to know later because when I come to Dominica, all they wanted to know was about my mother and telling me about Mommy, growing up with Mommy, that she was like their big sister. And so that's how I know a lot of those little things that I tell you. But the things that I normally contribute to the program are things that I know and so personally.
I would like to know because a lot of people are not aware of the vocational section, its establishment, the people that it worked out for, where it was located.
Okay, let me tell you what I remember about vocational section as a little girl. I never made it there because I left St. Martin's School in Standard 3 to move over to Prep Convent. And the vocational section, to me, it was upstairs Mother Bodger office. And I know they used to do a lot of clerical work in there, typing, and that thing they used to call shorthand. They had machines in there. Because as a child in the yard, you go in, and I was always a very inquisitive child. So I would go in and peep. They had a veranda, and you couldn't go in and play on the veranda. But I would find myself there looking to see what was going on. And the girls I think I can remember in there, and I can clearly remember, you know Lyris that married to Curtis Augusta?
Yes. Yeah, Lyris.
These are the people I know, big girls in there. You know those Charles sisters, Joan?
Yes.
Bernadine,
One was a teacher, right? One was a
they all
teacher.
used to teach in the crèche.
Yes.
So Joan I know in there. You know Sonia Lloyd that used to sing?
Yes.
I know Sonia Lloyd. I can remember Sonia Lloyd in there, and I was a little girl playing in the yard.
She became a
So
teacher
those
after.
Are the people in my mind I remember in there as vocational. I cannot remember many more, but I for sure know those girls. I think I'll tell you who used to be there because she was always with Lyris, and then the two of them started working with Mommy at Astafan. Teresa Mills, I think, she married Jarvis.
Oh, yes,
couldn't
yes.
separate she
Yeah.
and Lyris.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So those people I remember as big girls, but I was still, little nosy girl just trying to figure out what's happening all around me.
Because I think some people need to know that this school was really
Cecil.
helping for skills.
The Catholic Church laid down a lot, and don't forget St. Luke's School in Point Michel was a Catholic school too.
Yes, it is.
Because I used to ask, how comes when you go to first form in convent is a lot of St. Martin's school children, all prep convent girls, and plenty children from Point Michel and the St. John's School in Portsmouth. That was also a Catholic school. So Portsmouth had St. John's and Portsmouth had the Portsmouth primary school. Because I remember Sister Constance used to teach me in fourth form. And that year, after she taught me religion, English, and literature, they transferred her to St. John's. And the nuns in the convent used to go back and forth between St. John's School in Portsmouth and the convent in Roseau. So I know for a fact that was a Catholic school too. So I am not knocking any religion, because they can come with all their glory, but I stay in where they put me, and I like where they put me.
Thank you.
Bye, good night. And
Good night.
stop calling my name, and that's my contribution for tonight.
Thank you very much, Yolan. Yo, thank you very much.
But let me just read something for you.
Yes.
Towards the end of the century, the church, in spite of all its achievement, faced severe challenges, beginning perhaps with the charged social and political atmosphere of the 1970s. The confrontational evangelization of the U.S. influence fundamentalist religion and the constant search for more Dominicans to take up the vocation in the face of dwindling numbers of religion from overseas. In other words, most of these evangelicals, they come from the United States of America. And one of the persons who had to confront most of this was Bishop Arnold Bogard. He started from 1957 and he's deaf in 1993. He's one of the longest serving bishops that served in Dominica. So I just give you a little background. The social interaction, the kind of political situation with the Black Power, with the upheavals, with the brothers having to leave. Because remember, the revolution in school started with the brothers out there at the SME. So that was one of the reasons why you had all these political upheavals and changing the dynamics.
And someone was saying to me on social media that the vocational section, as you can hear the name vocational, they taught a lot of commerce, textile, food and nutrition, amidst the fact that they taught maths and English. So it was really helping young ladies in having better skills. And typing was another one.
Do you remember their uniform? Do you know what clothes they wear?
Boy, I'm not a very good person at color and description. But I remember the outfit.
It was a dark blue.
Dark blue. With white.
With a kind of white color. Whereas those persons going to the St. Martin School were sort of green.
So someone said we did sewing and textile, accounts, typing, commerce, food and nutrition.
Right. My sister went to, they had another section at the convent as well, at the convent high school.
Sixth form?
It's a kind of sixth form with a vocational movement.
Mm-hmm. Because I think the guys from St. Mary's Academy used to go to convent for the sixth form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, before that, they had a vocational section as well.
So the church actually did well in ensuring that it empowered young people, and it really removed the burden of getting good education to parents.
Right. So the Catholic Church has played a significant role in terms of the social aspect, in terms of the credit union has now moved itself.
So someone said also that it was a white shirt, a navy blue dress,
yes,
with a chemo.
With a chemo, that's right. I still remember it because my sister used to have it. My sister was Mervyn Adams. She went to that vocational section.
My sister also, Emmeline Mann, she also went to that.
The vocational section of the convent.
And what was good about the Catholics is that in those days they accepted, doesn't matter the religion, they accepted all religions.
Well, I knew at one time to really, and people can call and give their views. I remember non-Catholics were not allowed to teach in school at one time. You had to be a Catholic. I know at one time it was very difficult for non-Catholics to attend the St. Martin's School and the SMP. I know that for a fact. Now you have a certain amount that's allowed to come and teach, but you had to be a Catholic to actually teach in those schools in the old days.
So we can say that the church did give its equal contribution to education.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
education.
And so while people might want to flock the Catholic Church with slavery, I think I'm going beyond slavery because slavery is just part of the history. But let's look at the present day situation.
Well, the church has had its own. Remember, at one time, the church itself had its own army, you know. You wouldn't know that. The church had its own army, and the army took part in the wars of the Crusade. And I got to know that when I studied in Malta, because there were many knights who were bishops, and they had their own areas where they had to go to Jerusalem to fight.
I saw a documentary of the church on that aspect.
They had the
I was shocked to learn
man,
that
the church had its army.
when I looked at that document, you know,
Yeah, man.
from 18 years and above.
Yeah, man, the
you know,
church had its own armies.
guys would have to go there for 4 years.
Yeah, man, they had their own armies.
Yeah.
Because out of the church came the Illuminatis.
Yes.
So the Jesuits, the Illuminatis, is a branch of the Catholic Church. And that's why you have the Knights of Malta. So they have the Maltese cross, and that originates from Malta.
And what was good about the whole concept of the vocational section was that it was giving girls, young ladies, a second chance who did not have the opportunity to enter into high school.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a very important thing.
No, so we looked at the Catholic Church in terms of. So let's now look at.
We'll go to the Anglican Church.
Let's go to the Anglican Church.
You can take a call, and then we go to the Anglican Church.
Good evening. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Green,
Yeah.
you're quite right. My son, already at school, St. Martin's School.
Mm-hmm.
When she went to Jehovah's Witness, she had to leave the school.
That's true. Thank you, caller.
Thank you. Yeah. You see the Methodist Church.
You taking the Methodist first? Why not the Anglican?
Okay, let's go to the Anglican.
And then we'll go to the...
Yes.
The Church of England was the church of the state and arrived as part of the colonial establishment when the British took over Dominica under the terms of the Treaty of Paris in 1763. It was the duty of the Bishop of London to send out clergy to the newly ceded islands, and the first rector was Henry Maclean, was at his post on the 1st of July, 1764. So the Anglican Church arrived here in Dominica in between 1764 and 1768. And you know, for instance, that big business about Henry VIII wanting to get rid of his wife and marry a new wife, and Thomas Becket would not allow him to do that. So the church and the state clashed, and Henry VIII decided he's going to have his own church, the Church of England, so he could have access to his wife. So that's how it began.
Yes, so that's how the church began.
And then that's how they came into Dominica.
But can we give some of the notes in which the Catholic Church itself did in terms of education, in terms of...
Yeah, you can go ahead and give.
Yeah, so no, you can if you have.
No, go ahead and give.
I don't have.
Well, I know, for instance, the social contribution of the Catholic Church has been tremendous in terms of the social work, in terms of education, in terms of sports, in terms of structures, in terms of, they have done a lot of work, and they still continue to do the work. They have not actually stopped doing the work. They're still doing it. And I know, for instance, after the hurricane, where they distributed quite a number of relief, I know that for a fact because we went to take many relief supplies to the people in Goodwill after Hurricane Maria, and so they brought beds, they brought food, man, just name it, galvanized, wood. I mean, when you went to the bishop's yard, you saw all that. So they took part in the recovery process. I can say that for a fact. So, and they still continue to do.
So the Methodist Church, when we talk about them, I would like to know.
You're going to the Methodist. You want to go to
No,
the
sorry, the Anglican Church.
Anglican Church.
Yes, I would like to know what they would have done, in ensuring that they gave a contribution to us as a people.
Yes, well, basically, they also helped in some aspects of education, I know. I don't have all the details in terms of all the aspects of their social work. I know, for instance, Patrick John himself. He was a deacon in the Anglican Church, in the Anglican Church as well. So, in terms of their work, I know the Garraways. Many of them went to the Anglican Church, and it is not a church that I knew at any time had any great population or any was either a threat to any of the other religions here. I don't know if you know. That's what I can say about them.
That's the Methodist. That's the
Anglican Church.
Yeah.
I know, for instance, he was an Anglican as well, I think. Well, that I would not want to say, but basically that's what I know that they did. Yeah. But I never knew that they really got involved in any real heavy social work.
So you're saying that the Methodist Church, the Anglican Church, did not find themselves involved
in any real massive education.
So is that a reflection now in terms of the numbers or the membership? Because if you're not involved in the community, if you're not involved in the society, how would that reflect in terms of your numbers in your church?
Well, maybe that would have an adverse effect on your membership, because remember, you're depending on the membership to give you their tithes and offerings, Because as you can see, since after the Hurricane Maria and the destruction of the Anglican Church, they have been struggling, yes, to recover that church, That is, you can still see that the church is uncovered. You still see the numbers have dwindled tremendously, and I do not think that there are many. If there are about 100 Anglicans on the island now, that's a lot.
Would you have any? Would you know of anyone who is an Anglican?
Well, I know that he has passed on. I know that Patrick John, for sure, he's buried. In fact, he's buried in the Anglican yard, Anglican Church yard. So that's the one I know. Because they're so free. The Garraways.
That's correct. I was about to tell you.
The Garraways are Anglicans.
So
I've seen.
So the ancestors of the Garraways.
Judith
So the ancestors of the Garraways built the current Anglican Church.
Yes.
Just for information, So persons who might be wondering that the Garraways, who have this hotel across there, the ancestors actually built the same structure you see right now as we speak, opposite the Fortune Hotel. They were the ones who built it. So
let me just give you a little. During the late Victorian period, things did improve. The Anglican mission in the Caribbean became more organized and better funded from England, in spite of the local legislature passing an act in 1871 against the endowment of the church using the colonial funds. The active involvement of laypersons such as Dr. Henry Nichols and Dr. John Emery helped immensely. After Emery's death, a church hall was erected, and the Emery Hall in constant use until its destruction by Hurricane David in 1979. You remember the Emery Hall?
Yes, yes. But we need to look at you mentioned Henry.
Henry Nichols.
Henry Nichols. Henry Nichols himself played a great role in the
establishment
of the church.
And Emery.
And how much work did Dr. Henry Nichols did politically in Dominica?
Well, I know
because he was involved. I think they were involved because he is family to Shan Alfred.
Yes.
So they are family members. So he too would have played a role in the development of, especially looking at the labor rules. He played an integral role in that too.
Yes.
Yeah. It would be just as a note.
As a note. But I I remember talking to Patrick because for instance, they have their where is it the priest or the bishop or whatever his name is, whatever his title, that they have the place up there going up to Kings Hill. Mm-hmm. When you look at on the left side, you can see that big building there. That is where Patrick used to live at one time when he was in charge of the Anglican Church. Well, he was a lay preacher, a lay minister at the time. But in terms of education and social work, I really cannot talk to that from the point of view of the Anglican Church.
I wish that someone could have maybe called in and to help us to have give us some input as to the work of.
Do you know of any other Anglican churches that exist besides the one in Roseau?
No, I don't know any other Anglican church right now as we speak.
I don't know of any others. Yeah. I don't know of any others outside of Roseau.
So I know, someone's just saying to me, I know that he worked together with Mr. Loblack. Someone said Cecil was a founding member of the Dominican Labour Party, that is Dr. Henry Nichols.
Yeah.
Yes, he was also in the legislation. He was also in the legislature. He was also a legislator. Sorry. He worked quite closely with Mr. Loblack. Before Mr. Loblack, his father himself had also worked with Mr. Loblack, so I have that history locked down. But we don't have the information. We don't have information that can tell us about the Anglican Church. Mm-hmm. But let's go to the Methodist Church.
Well, you can go ahead with the Methodist Church.
Well, it's not that I know of the Methodist Church. I think you might be able to give a background of the Methodist Church, where they came from.
All right, let me tell you about the Methodists. Methodist missionary activities in Dominica dates from January 1787, when Dr. Thomas Cook, with 3 others, trainee Methodist preacher, visited Dominica and preached in the house of a Mr. Webley, but they only remained a few days on the island and did not leave any missionaries behind. During the period, Moravian Methodists and Baptists were taking an increasing large part in evangelization among the slaves of the West Indies. In Britain, members of these groups, as well as the Quakers, were those persons who were very much involved in bringing the Methodist Church to Dominica. All right, but I know for a fact that the Methodist Church, we have it up there next to the Catholic Church. I know that the Methodists operate quite a large following in the north, especially Marigot, Wesley, Woodford Hill. I know there are some branches, or there's a branch in Portsmouth. I know that one of the lay preachers, right now, is Steve Hyacinth and his wife. I know they're Methodists. I know they have established schools like the Wesley High School, which I know operate up to now. We can see that back close to the Catholic Church, where they have a high school and they have a branch all the way we had Chateau. I do not know whether they have extended their schools into the Marigot area, but this is what I know.
So the church would have a good following in the Marigot, Portsmouth area also.
Yes.
Layu, I also understood that they have a following in Layu.
Yes, they have a following.
Yes. So that is important to note for those persons who are following. We know that the church also how would I say, the church also has its contribution in education. It has its contribution in education, and I would be happy if someone can call us live to give us some more information on the
Methodist Church.
Yeah, let's go to the telephone. That's what the person has to say. Good evening.
Here's John Wesley. Good.
John Wesley too, yeah. And most of the Methodists that are here in Dominica would have emerged as well as when the people from Antigua, Montserrat, St. Kitts came to Dominica. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much.
so I know the great contribution to education would be the Wesley High School.
Yes, for sure. We know of the Wesley High
But
School.
I do not think that they ever established a primary school in Dominica. From all I know, since I'm a little boy, I have heard of the Methodist Church, the Wesley High School, and in terms of preschool and primary school, they have not dabbled into that. In terms of their contribution, in terms of credit unions, I haven't heard anything about that. Now, it's very important. During the 19th century, several important Dominican families converted to the Methodists, particularly leading members of the mulatto ascendancy such as Bellot, Fadel, and Falconer. Major construction work was carried out at the Bethhead Chapel in Roseau, culminating with the completion of the belfry in 1893. In the 1930s, the Wesley High School for Girls began, and in 1979, the Methodist community in the North took the initiative establishing the St. Andrew's High School at Londonderry to serve the educational needs of children of all faiths from Calibishi to the Carib Territory. So that school, the Londonderry High School, the St. Andrew's High School at Londonderry, is part of the Methodists. And you know, for instance, another great Methodist was Edison James.
Not was, he is.
He is still. He's still a lay preacher.
And also to Lennox Linton.
Lennox Linton.
Yeah, of the
Methodist
Church. Yeah.
So you find quite a bit of them in the north.
In the north, the Wesley Marigot area,
right.
that they are part of. The someone just said to me that
David
the Anglican
Edwards.
Church, the Anglican Church is also, the Anglican Church also has a branch in Portsmouth.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just told.
Oh yes, oh yes, I remember. But it's very important to note that very important individuals, especially in the north of the island, are Methodists.
No, Brain. We spoke earlier on of some of the denominations that broke out, that play bad, that became rebels, and they branched out to their own church. You were talking about, I think, the Pentecostal church?
No, the Pentecostal church. Well, I know they had a sort of breaking away, and that's the only breakaway I know of, where they established their own church in Maho with Sister Lina, her husband, who came from Canada, and he established that big church on your way to Campbell. Do you know that church?
Yes, I know that church. It's in the entrance of the road going up, as you said, to Campbell, close to the playing field, close to the primary school, close to the health center.
There's a breakaway.
Yeah. That's a breakaway from the Pentecostal
Yeah,
church?
it broke away from the Pentecostal
Is it
church.
called Pentecostal?
Well, I don't know what the name is now, but I know they had a breakaway. There's a big problem, and they branched off to establish their own church. When the pastor died, the lady took over, his wife.
You're talking about Augustine.
Yes, Sister Augustine.
Yes. What about? We spoke earlier on of the church in Kingshill. I think it's Gospel Mission.
But let me just tell you about that church. It also has a school feeding program. I know Sister Lina, during the time was principal of Maho School, did a lot in assisting the children of less fortunate with the school feeding program. I know she provided books, food, and assistance to many of the people in the Maho community. I think she has since passed on. And a fellow, I think, by the name of Erickson, who is the principal of the Warner School now, is one of the preachers in that church. All right? So
Erickson Bertrand?
Erickson Bertrand,
yes.
Yeah, I think he heads that section of the church now, from the last time I heard.
Okay. So you're saying that in the Pentecostal church had a breakout?
He had a breakout.
And that would not be the only breakout that they would have had?
Well,
when they go in the Portsmouth area?
Well, I know they had a breakout. I know they had a breakout where Pastor Joseph, they had a breakout, they had a bad falling out, and Pastor Joseph, that famous gentleman, my friend, who was...
my cousin?
Your cousin
Bernard.
Bernard, they had some problems, and I mean, Pastor Bishop Daniel tried to coerce him. I know that for a fact. He tried to coerce him, and Bernard decided, you know something, I'm going to form my own church. So he had a church. First of all, he had it. I don't know all the history. He had it in the Portsmouth area.
Yes.
Where, by the Cabrits.
Yes.
I know he had it there. I know after a while he had it where they had the chicken business down there in Portsmouth. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
where
the KFC.
KFC had it there.
That's in Picard.
In Picard. I don't know whether they still have it there. Then I know that I know he has his own church now, but I see he's having I don't know whether he's still in the...
He's branching out. I'm seeing this church is now branching out, I think now they're in Roseau.
I know that he's been having some branches off into the Roseau area, so that's what I know. That was a breaking out as well in the Portsmouth area for the Pentecostal church. I know at one time they had another feud taking place with a certain pastor in the Dallas area. He since passed on. He's a good relative of the Etiennes. I think he's married to an Etienne. He's since passed on. His name can't come to mind now. So I know they had a breakout there as well. So the churches has had their thing. I know there was a breakout between a very, very, very controversial fella. He pastor fella. No,
in Kingshill?
In the Kingshill area. He made his own church.
You talk about Pastor Rodney.
Yeah, he have his own church now.
So Pastor Rodney, as a matter of fact, that church in Kingshill, I understood was belonging to a guy whose father came to establish the church in Dominica.
Okay.
He was from St. Thomas.
All right.
Actually, as a matter of fact, he got married to Joseph Seraphim.
Yes.
That young man got married to Joseph Seraphim.
Yes.
So the church was belonging to the father.
Right.
And there was a breakout.
There was a breakout, yeah.
And then Pastor Rodney took his share.
Well, I know to say he take his share. We have to be very correct. I think he established his own entity.
So that's why I call it take his share.
Right.
He carried some of the members of him.
Well, let's not say that. No, I'm saying so. He had a breakout. And he formed his own congregation.
What the church name was Gospel Mission? What was the church name?
I think it was Gospel Mission, you know.
Yes.
I think it was Gospel Mission. I think the one fella said to me when I asked him about the Tuaca, well, since we're in Lakou, he said to me, Brain, it wasn't Pastor Rodney, I tell me that. Another fella tell me, you know what, boy, de malqua pasa mete amem tua. So there was a breaking out. Right, so that's what I know. And then we had this situation, as I was trying to tell you, with the Church of God, where they broke out to establish two branches of the Yahweh. One branch was by, you remember the fellow?
On Waters Lane?
The fellow called Patches?
Yes, I know Patches, yes.
He since passed on, well, he became a pastor. I know that they had another one where our good friend, Job's father.
That's the one on Waters Lane.
Yeah, had his own. And I think they break out again, and they had another one, Kingdom of Fire.
Someone corrected us. It's not Gospel Mission, just Trinity Baptist Church.
Yeah.
So the one in Kingshill was Trinity Baptist
Right,
Church.
so they had a breaking out.
Yeah.
So you have had that.
So the Church of God 7 days had a breaking out.
Yeah.
From the Seventh Church of God to Yahweh. And
yeah.
they had two splits of the Yahweh.
Yahweh 1, Yahweh 2.
Yahweh 1, Yahweh 2.
Then they had another split again, where he opened his own church now. That police fellow, Superintendent Andrew.
Oh yes, he was Superintendent Andrew. Was Seventh Church of God.
God, right. No, he have his own.
And he was a Yahwist.
Wait, no, I know he was in the Church of God.
I swear yesterday I saw a panel by his home.
But he have his own church at his home.
Yes, I saw a panel by his home, I'm sure yesterday.
There's a church there.
Yes.
So he has his own church now.
Yeah.
So there's been breaking out here, breaking out there. So the church itself has gone through its own evolution, Cecil. So that's what I can tell you in terms of the new evangelists. All right? So they've had their issues as well.
So we were talking about the Gospel Mission never broke off?
Very interesting question. Yes, they had a breakout. They had a breakout. They had a breakout. They had a breakout. Trust me.
What about the one on Shop Lane?
Yes, they had a breakout.
How did Pastor Hill came about?
Which one? Oh, Pastor Hill down by
Pottersville.
Pottersville area. My good friend. Very nice guy. Very nice guy. Well, I don't know whether he broke out. I think he broke out, you know. He broke out. Oh, there's another one I forgot to tell you in all the churches. Man, we forgot that one. It just came to me. The Kingdom of Fire.
Oh yes, the Kingdom of it's an African church.
Yeah, by
There's a
Jacqueline Theodore.
hold on. Let's get that. There is Mountain of Fire.
The Mountain of Fire, man.
And there's what you said, Kingdom of Fire.
The Mountain of Fire.
Mountain of Fire. You telling me there's a split already?
Yes, man.
No, I don't believe. Oh yes, I saw one on Great Marlborough Street.
There's
one on Great Marlborough Street.
There's a breakout.
And there's one on Lang Lane.
From all reports I understood, don't quote me. I understand she may be opening her own church.
Hold on. So I want to find out if Mountain of Fire is the same. It's the same denomination, different locations on Lang Lane and Great Marlborough Street.
Right, the Mountain of Fire.
So the Mountain of Fire, are they? Are
you remember? I'm telling you just today by the Lakou there, you know.
But I'm talking to you. I know what I'm talking about. The Lakou is on Lang Lane,
right?
At the back of the Lakou.
That one.
All right. At the back of Fresh Market.
Yeah.
Right there. And there's another one on Great Marlborough Street.
Yes.
So are you saying that these two churches are different denomination by virtue of a breakout?
I have not done the research on that, but I know the Mountain of Fire. The one I'm talking about, you're talking about close to the place you told me about.
Yes, I know Mountain of Fire.
Right, that one is already split.
I don't believe you.
Oh, yes.
You're serious?
Yeah, man. A new one is going to be open.
Where?
Well,
a third one? A third one or
another one? I don't know what they'll call that one.
No, hold on. You have Mountain of Fire 1 on Great Marlborough Street. Sorry, on Lang Lane, close to the Lakou.
Yeah.
Tonight, when we're going home, I'm going to pass on Great Marlborough Street to find out if this one is called Mountain of Fire, because I know the pastor
was
of that
African.
church is an African.
Yes.
And that particular pastor, I will not call his name, that particular pastor was also pastoring the Mountain of Fire on
Well,
is that the same church that deceased Max Sylvester was going?
yes. Max Sylvester was in that at one time.
Is that the same church that Bernice Balso Joseph was going to?
Yeah, yes. Mountain of Fire.
You're telling me that church already split up?
They have another fella was going in there, you know. A Ferrara fella, the young the Ferrara in Mero. The builder fella now. He have that.
Is that Ferrara? Is that the Ferrara guy?
Yeah, he have the church. He have a church. He have a building renting out there in Mero with a church on it. Some Haitians out there living, having a church there. Some of them living upstairs and church downstairs. He have his building out there in Meru. He was a member of that church as well.
Someone told me that, as far as I recall, the gospel mission has not had a breakout.
Okay.
Persons have left the church to go to another church, but not necessarily a breakout. That is twisting words. That in Calypso we say a play of words.
Play of words. Cecil boy, but that's the good language. I like the language.
I like the end.
I like the end. Yeah. So we've had quite an
persons may have left the church,
but the church
to go to another, to other churches, but not necessarily a breakout.
Not a breakout.
It's a breakout, my sister.
It's a breakout, yeah, man. Nice sister.
Breakout.
Nice words, man.
You play on words.
Play on words.
So like that person there's a gospel mission.
Right. Play of
words.
Play of words. Right.
I can't understand that, man.
Well, one of the things that people have been saying, Cecil, since you're in the church, is that some of the churches they feel, and that's what I'm saying, has moved away from the spiritual thing, focusing on the Lord for the purse. What do I mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying that religion has now become a money-making thing.
Mm-hmm.
That if you want to come rich fast, and that's just what I hear in the Lakou, so I'm saying it. They're saying that the church has now become profit-making rather than focusing on the Lord. I don't know whether you have heard that.
Well, I can tell you, Brain, as a teenager growing up, going to church at the Adventist church, we read quite a lot of Malachi 4, talking about the tithe and the offering, talking about the tenth. Some persons think that we are misquoting the tenth, but the Bible is very clear in Malachi 4 that you must bring your offering and tithe to the storehouse.
Take your time.
And so
Take your time.
and so-
the storehouse, what do you mean by that?
the church.
You mean the treasury?
The church. Whatever you want to call it, the church.
So if you're making 1,000,
You have to bring 100 to the church.
3,000, you bring
300.
300.
Yes.
All right.
So if you're making 1,000,
So if you rob the Lord,
there's a sin. If you rob the Lord,
you rob God.
you're not supposed to rob the Lord.
Okay.
So I remember as a boy growing up, as a teenager, that every denomination, to include your church, the Pentecostal church, criticize the idea of the tithe. Or criticize Malachi 4 and said that we're misunderstanding
What is
the Bible-
Malachi saying? Bring.
Let's go to the telephone. Good
Yeah,
evening.
so you can get Malachi 4.
Yeah, good evening. Do you call
Good
her?
evening, caller.
Good evening. Back on that subject, bringing all your tithes into the storehouse. Let me ask you a question, Cecil. What is a storehouse?
A storehouse is where you store things.
No, a storehouse. Let me give you my interpretation.
Yeah.
The storehouse is where you bring revenue. Revenue you bring in the storehouse, brother. Bring your revenue into the storehouse. It didn't tell you bring your food, Bring your revenue. Money.
Let me give you a question, right? A place where you put revenue, collect revenues, something like a bank. Am I right?
Well, of course it's a bank. Don't you know very well it's a bank. Revenue, man, money. Bank, credit union.
So in other words, you're telling me church is a business. And literally they are business.
I didn't say the church. I said some churches have become business.
Actually, they are. They are, because without money coming in, church cannot run. But back to Malachi again, all right? When it says bring your tithes into the stores, back in the day, the priests, the high priest and the other priests, they needed like burnt offerings, they needed food, they needed meat, they needed vegetables, because they have to preach the word of the Creator, right? So they could not work. So people have to be the one to bring in a little percentage, 1/10 of their cattle or their vegetable gardens to the church, to the priest, so that they can eat. Some of them will use some of these things to have as a burnt offering back then. So that notion that we have today, where a man has to work so hard. I'm not saying you can't give the Lord, all right? And besides that, God has everything. Why should we are supposed to go on our knees and appreciate what he gave us every day, every time we wake up in the morning, thank him for the life he given us and the food that he gave us and he produced for us in the vineyards and the wines that we drink. However, the Creator doesn't need money. The churches do need money, but today you have churches that go buck wild on poor people, especially the black ones, where we already paying taxes, especially in the big countries. We're paying taxes of our yin-yang. We have to pay 10% of this. We have to pay insurance on cars. We have to pay mortgages. We have to pay car loans and all that. So when you do finish, you don't have nothing. You barely have anything to
to put on their table. So that's why you have to go back to the church storehouse, which is called a food pantry or soup kitchen. You guys follow me?
Go on. You know, give it to us.
Right.
Give it to us, brother.
You find poverty in the community, especially the black community, around the world. It's rampant. And the most poor black people you find, they are always in church. We are always in church. But yet, we're not getting the help from the same churches that we put our 10% of our tithe and offering to. And don't get mistaken with tithe and offering. That's two different figures. Because with the offering now, you have to give 5% of your salary. That's not included building fund. That's not included this and that. You guys follow me. Because Cecil, I'm in church. I was in church too. I still follow the Creator. I do my research for myself. I search the Bible myself.
But have you been paying? But have you been paying your tithes? Have you run away from paying?
Why should I pay tithes?
No, I'm just asking the question of you.
I prefer give a poor man on the street that's having hard times. I'll give him the money in his hand instead of giving it to a pastor that's going to take that money, and that pastor have 7 cars, he can only drive 1. He's going on vacation every 5 weeks. And you know, as a poor person, cannot even make ends meet. Pastor children finish their education in the greatest university anywhere around the world. Your own cannot even go to a high school. Cannot even put food on the table for that child. You know, so sometimes we have to think wisely, especially when it comes for churches, because churches, you know, have us really, really blind. I'm not pushing anything on any churches out there. Go ahead, do what you do. You know, God bless all you for doing it. But when you guys have people hearts in all your hands, poor people especially, lead them in the right direction. Feed these people. Not only feed them in knowledge, but feed them in education. Show them how to balance their books, how to pay their bills. You know, show them certain things. Show them, you know, we have to put money aside for us to send our children to school, get some life insurance policies, do things like that. Teach these people in churches. And I know some of the pastors listen to that show a lot. Teach the people. Please teach the people, especially poor black people. We are suffering around the world as it is already. Do not put any more blinders on poor black people's eyes. Help black people. Show them the way. Show them the light. Show them how to love each other.
Thank you.
Show us how to unite.
Thank you.
With each other.
All right, thanks.
All right?
Yeah.
And God bless all the churches.
All right. So you were asking earlier on. You were not asking whether we should pay tithe or not, and I was just giving the example.
You went to Malachi.
I went to
so
Malachi.
let the people public know what Malachi
actually it's
said.
Malachi 3.
What does it say?
8-4.
Read it.
It says, "Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house." Let me take that caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, Cecil, good night. What's up?
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah. Cecil, I made a research on churches, and what I found out is church is a business. Most of them guys usually would have got to make money. And I'm saying all that to say different experience I had in traveling out there. I went to Barbados sometime, and what I noticed, a guy was telling me, come downtown. Let us come down a Friday night. Upstairs is a bar swinging and a church downstairs. So I go up and I go down for me to really see that was true. I live and work in Antigua where I saw a pastor. They had a crusader. It was a Pentecostal. Somebody said me, well, let us go down there, man. Let us go to the crusade. I said, okay, I will come. The black pastor said, and I'm quoting him, when time for collection, he don't want no EC dollar. He wants only US dollar, but it must be $50 up. And the question I was asking to the person that brought me, why he decided on what type of money he wants and the amount. Now, I live and work in St. Croix for some time. And a lady from Mao, she always invite me, let us go to church there. We used to discuss about the Bible and so. So we used to go, I used to live in William Delight, and she would be going to church in of that side in Christian setup there. And then while we go to church there, downstairs there, we all were there. But in 1 month's time, one of the ladies from Grenada, the church was in Sunny Island, one of the ladies from Grenada decided she's going to take her garage in William Delight and make my bossman make some benches for her and oppose it. So she took out some of the people, including myself and my bossman, to come to her church and pull out a few. Cecil, in less than 6 weeks, some of the same people she had in that church pull out and go down Tongue Cedric said in the tongue and had a church in a basement. And I see these things, I study these things well, but while I was in Puerto Rico, I saw a lady tell me, let us go. I always love people to go to church, you believe me. Let us go to a church. So I did come in for once, twice, 3 times. But little time, she tell me, let us go to another spot, which is a new church. And the new church is some of the same members that was in that church coming to that church there. And then in a little time again, they tell me, well, no, we don't go in that church again, we're going to a new one. But it's the same set of people that breaking off all the time. So I feel I'm saying all that to say, I see church as a business. Some of the people use the word of God to make money. I come to that conclusion, certainly. So I'm not sure if you see it that way, if they use it to make money, but that, the experience I had out there, I could tell you straight. Even in St. Lucia, down in Castries, I was going there, working all the time, and then a church invites to come up again. Little time, a man tell me, let us go to church. But what I'm seeing is they have a few people going to church, and a man telling me, well, let us go another spot and help him to build some benches. But from the same church, you will break up. The same church, and let us go to that church. So they forget where they were going there, and then we all go in that spot. Cecil Church, I respect the vibe, but I see people taking it as a business. Take care, Cecil, I'm listening.
Thank you. I remember, as the caller said that, I remember in England once, I went to a pub, and while in the pub, conversation ensued, and the guy that I was with said to me, Cecil, just come there tomorrow morning. You'll see the place is transformed. That place there is rented for a church. So pub, not upstairs and downstairs like he said. It is a pub during the day. And weekend is a church. Okay. So we are saying that the Bible says in Malachi chapter 3, 8 to 12, it says, bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house. Test in this, say the Lord Almighty. See if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be enough room to store it. So Malachi is there to support that. But that's people going to argue the point that Malachi is in the Old Testament. No, the point I'm making is, when we were speaking earlier on, that many people, as you rightly said, that have found themselves in the church movement, have found themselves really doing the business of church as a business. And you're right. And it is sad to note that many of these people that are doing that will not see the kingdom.
Well, yes, because as one pointed out earlier on, that the pastor is not working. Most pastors don't work. They depend on tithes and offerings for them to be able to survive. The fact is that we have seen a lot of these situations where, and we follow the news, we remember the bakers with
Jim Jones.
We see what Jim Jones did, but one can argue that, well, there are some, you'll see some falling through the cracks. I mean, it's not all those that say, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom. So there'll be some people who abuse the privilege of tithe and offering, but there are some who are very, very conscious of the Lord and what may follow if they should disobey and try to use the church as a den of thieves where they're coming to steal people money for the purpose of enriching themselves. But
no, we have seen quite a lot of that, and not just in the United States of America, even here in Dominica, we are seeing this thing is growing. We are seeing churches every day actually opening their doors to the public, and based on your numbers, so guys become so attractive in preaching the word of God that they're making you see manna coming down from heaven.
Well, yes. Well, some people will always you always have vagabonds.
But what was good though in the Lakou period was the church was able to hold us and make us become much more conscious.
Yeah.
In the Lakou, we were very fearful of God.
Right.
The Catholic Church had a reign over us, also of all of the good deeds that the Catholic Church did. But when they spoke, and they spoke of heaven and hell, you become very fearful of hell. Then we saw later down the second half of the 70s into the 80s, what we witnessed was the preacher men, the pastors, the black pastors who would have approached us in preaching the gospel, would have given us a greater fear of death, that if we die, if you die now, check yourself. If you die now, you think you're going to heaven?
Yeah.
So you become so conscious about that, and you find yourself getting fearful, and you accept the word, not by acceptance of what the word is, but by the fear that if you die tonight, that you may not see heaven.
Well, the fear is real, but the fact is that people look for their souls. People are very conscious about what happens to them after they die. So the aspect of that, you cannot deny. The question is, some of us who get into the pastorship, or even in the church itself, because we have seen, and we cannot run away from the fact that we have seen the church, and even recently I saw the Pope meeting with persons who have been abused within the church. And that's a big thing. We have seen within the Catholic Church. A lot of people have come out to indicate that they have been abused whilst being in the church. And the church has had to pay a lot of money for some people who have gone astray within the church.
Brain. That's one it's hard for me to believe. Someone says to me, right now in the United States of America, some of the churches even checking your credit score before you can be accepted as a member.
I don't know about that.
This is difficult to believe.
What are they doing? So if
that is the case,
well, we know we are vagabonds.
No, if that is the case, also the fact that we are vagabonds and we know that we are destined to go to hell, or we are helping people to go to hell by virtue of generating more wealth for ourselves.
Revenue.
It's not good, because the church is supposed to be talking about the well-being of God and Jesus Christ. And so when you leave the Catholic Church, let's look at the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church has a ritual. That is, one, when you see any Catholic church, you have to make the sign of the cross. Yes, you have to pass in front of a Catholic church, you have to do that. When you enter any church, you have to kneel. Or in my time growing up, we had to put our hands in holy water.
Right.
And when you enter, put your hands in the holy water and make the sign of the cross. I'm not so sure that is still being done.
Yes, still being
done. And then when we enter and we're about to sit in the pew that is available, we kneel, make the sign of the cross.
It's still being done.
Also, too, at the time we say the Our Father and we say the Hail Mary.
It's still being done.
So the Catholic Church will tell you that they use the cross as a remembrance of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ.
That's
and
true.
I have no problem in doing that. Whenever I make the sign of the cross, I remember the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. And not in the world today that I can understand that the Protestant, the other churches outside of the Catholic Church, who believes that Jesus Christ was resurrected,
Risen.
who believe that Jesus Christ was crucified. Before he was resurrected, he was crucified. He was crucified on the cross. And the cross is an example or a monument of what Christ went through.
Right.
So why would you as a believer, not believe in the cross? Why would you as a believer not believe in the way to the cross?
No, I believe they believe in the cross. It's just that I know the Pentecostal believe in the cross. They believe in the resurrection. They believe in the crucifixion. I mean, it's just that the what I would call their methodology or what the practice may differ in certain areas. Like just like the 7 days. They'll say Saturday is the Sabbath. And they'd criticize one church. But the whole thing is the belief, the idea, they believe in God. They believe in God.
The Bible that we believe in, the Ethiopian Bible tells you that there was 87 books. The Catholic Bible tells you that there is 66 books. And so, but there are some relevance in the Bible.
Right.
And the relevance in the Bible is both in the Old Testament and the New Testament. So in Genesis, it speaks of creation. And in the creation, it speaks of what God expects of us to do. Thou shalt not, thou shalt not, thou shalt not.
Cecil.
But when you reach on the fourth commandment, he didn't say thou shalt not. He told us, he said that in his word, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. He didn't say thou shalt keep the Sabbath day holy.
Let me tell you that. You can speak about all the books that is in the Bible in terms of the what I call the Ethiopian Bible. You can talk about that. But during the King James, you remember he was a king in England, and he came up with the King James version of the Bible. But there are different aspects of faith, and which we are seeing emerging from the different religious bodies, some on 7 days, some on Sunday. So there are basic core principles that they believe in Jesus. But some people tell you, don't mention Jesus, you have to mention Yahweh. And some people will tell you, don't mention Jesus, mention Jah. But there are basic concepts and philosophy that they all share is in the resurrection. So whether you have different branches, there's some core principles that all the religions would have when you think about it.
Someone said to me that when you believe and worship the cross, it becomes an idol worship.
Well, I just tell you that because some people believe in different concepts of what they think, but there are basic core principles that they believe in the resurrection. They believe in those things. Because remember,
what in the cross, what in making the sign of the cross is making you believe that you're worshiping an idol?
That's
when Jesus Christ is the best example of resurrection.
Well, for us, that is why I always say one of the things that always divide us is our political philosophies and ideologies, because we vary. But we all believe in the basic principles of human development. We want to make people's lives better. The pure concept of religion is to make people see that there is life after death. And there is another place where we can go, where if you do good, then you will get the reward of being in heaven or somewhere where you will not have to suffer. Because some people believe the earth is hell, because all the things that you have to go through on earth.
And some people believe that the earth is heaven.
Right, so.
Because the Bible itself says the meek shall inherit the earth.
Right, so but don't forget the Bible tell you also that Satan was cast down on earth. Satan was cast down when he came down from heaven. He was cast down on earth. So that's what they tell you.
So you see. So
there are different concepts and ideologies.
In the Lakou, the church has confused us for a number of years. It has continued to really confuse us, because when you are talking of several denominations and you're talking of one supreme God, As you said, some persons don't say Jesus, they say Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Some persons don't say Jesus, they say Jah. Some persons don't say Jesus, they say Jehovah.
Jehovah.
But is it the same concept to get to heaven?
So what
the Jehovah says to you that only 144 enters.
Right.
So in the Lakou, we have found ourselves mesmerized. And so because of that, we find ourselves giving information that are not relevant.
Well, let me tell you, you mentioned the basic religions, the core religions, but we also have in Dominica Muslims. We also have in Dominica those who believe in Buddha, the Buddhists. You have different types of religion here. Okay, in the old days we didn't have Muslims. Now we have Muslims in Portsmouth. We have Muslims in Roseau. We have them up there. Their temple is out there on Federation Drive. Right? So they're different concepts. No, the Muslims are allowed to have 4 wives, as many as you can support. We have that, you know. We have a Muslim here in Dominica who have 2 wives, you know. So you see the different types of beliefs that we have. But I guess everybody's looking forward to the next world. So there are different methodologies they believe in which you can get there. So it's up to us who believe in the faith to keep our eyes focused. Because obviously, as we said, some of the religions are focusing on money making.
So when someone says to me, Exodus 20:3-5 says, "You shall have no other God before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything. Mm-hmm. You shall not bow down to them or worship them." What is that really? Is Jesus Christ, as most of us are aware, that Jesus Christ is part of the Trinity? That's what our side of our religious denomination or belief or doctrine has explained to us, that we are part of the Trinity. The Rastafari says to you, no, we don't believe in the Trinity.
Right.
The Muslim might be able to say to you some other concept.
Well, no, the Muslims believe in their faith in terms of Muhammad. They believe Muhammad is the present prophet and not Jesus. So they different concepts. And you know the Muslim world. You have the Shiites, you have different types of different Muslims, you know, around the world. So religion in itself, and that's me. That's my thinking.
You know, as a boy, I always wanted to visit Israel. Because when you read the Bible speaks of Israel so loudly that your whole concept that when you die is Israel, you're going. When you read the Bible, you hear of Galilee, you hear of Bethlehem, you have Judah, you have Canaan. And so in your head, as a boy, little boy, young boy growing up, that for you was up, that was heaven, until you become big man. And you have found yourself visiting Jerusalem 3 times. I'm talking about myself. Visiting Jerusalem 3 times. But in visiting Jerusalem 3 times, you know what? The people in Jerusalem are saying to me, you know what? You all are worshiping a God that is not true because he has not reached. Jesus Christ has not arrived yet. Good evening to you, caller.
You're talking about the Jews?
The Jews. They say to you, Jesus Christ has not arrived. The Messiah has not arrived.
The Orthodox Jews?
Yes, that's what they say to you.
All right.
They tell you that
they're still waiting.
They're still waiting for the Messiah.
Right.
So even us in the Lakou, some caller spoke earlier on about how the European would have come in and washed our brains. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Cecil, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Cecil, I've been there.
Where?
I've been there 3 times.
Where you been?
Israel.
Okay. What did you see?
I swam in the Sea of Galilee, the Jordan River, Capernaum,
The Dead Sea.
the Dead Sea, Mount Beatitude,
Jericho.
King David's tomb,
Yes. Jesus Christ's tomb.
yeah,
The way to the cross.
yep. You see, I was in the U.S. Navy.
Okay, go ahead.
And we did a 6-month deployment in that area. We were based in Turkey, Antalya, Turkey. So we pulled into Haifa, Israel. Right? And as you said, growing up as a little boy, reading the Bible, being exposed to the biblical information. In 1991, I set foot in Israel. The Wailing Wall, I prayed there. The Garden of Gethsemane, we said the Last Supper. The Dome of the Rock, touched all this area.
Did you see where Jesus Christ went up to the thin air?
Went up to where?
Did you get to the location where Jesus went up to the thin air and never returned?
I do not remember. I know he was buried in 2 spots. In the area. 2 areas he claimed that he was buried. The Church of the Nativity, and there was another area. So I saw it with my 2 eyes.
Okay, go ahead.
And so, that was total reinforcement. Reading about, the places and about Israel and Jesus Christ and all of that in the Bible, in the New Testament. It was just amazing. And
Speak up, please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said it was an amazing experience, just to be in the spot, especially in Capernaum, where he fed the 5,000, with the 3 fishes and 5 loaves, something like that. I went to Turkey, different amphitheaters where, they would have the gladiators and the lions and all of that. I went there, so I can identify what you're saying. It's a long journey, maybe I need to come on the Lakou. But
I need you one of these days. You must come on the Lakou.
That's good.
Because you have a wide experience.
You have wide experience in the Navy.
Oh yeah, and not only that, I have experience in the merchant marine too, as a marine navigator.
Call me this week and I'll tell you when you can come.
But we'll see what happens. I'm not promising, but we'll see. Take it easy. Have a good night.
Okay, brother.
Thank you very much. A very
You've had a lot
popular.
The rooftop garden, man.
Yeah, the rooftop gardener.
We have to give him a little publicity, man. He has a rooftop garden, man.
Yeah. So you see, Brain, you see, Brain, the importance of the Lakou life.
Yeah, very important.
How it has related us, how it has brought us in terms of our spiritual life.
Mm-hmm.
Our spiritual life most times was built around some rituals, some beliefs. I do not know how much the church believed in them.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, we spoke of the going to have a bath upside down in the sea, in the river, in the male river, using the blue soap and using many other ingredients. So I'm not so sure, as to what the belief of the church is, on those aspects. Yeah, go ahead.
But you see, and again, it's controversial because a lot of people say that although we tend to look down on voodoo rituals, but many people tend to think that the voodoo rituals or these practices originate from Africa.
So let's go to the telephone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Cecil. Is it Brain who said that religion has us mesmerized?
Yeah, it's the opium of the nation.
This is a true statement. We are mesmerized by religion because we don't know which one is the one that to enlighten us. Do you know where the concept of Mary, Joseph, and Jesus came from?
Go ahead. We're listening.
Right. So, Horus, Osiris, and Isis were Greek deities, okay? And these originated from Kemet, another word for Africa. You had Heru, the dad, Astar, the son, and Aset, the mother. Now, we are told that Jesus is the Son of God. So are we to ask, did God have a wife? You know, besides all these religions, we probably needed to have discussions of the originity. What was there before Christianity? What was there before the Catholic Church, Methodist Church? Because that is what we were taught in the Caribbean, but we need to go beyond that, you know? So I just wanted to share that tonight.
Right. Well, very interesting that you made mention of that, because I remember hearing a lot about the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which they have. And you hear people saying that most of the religions emerge from Ra, the sun god, because what they say is that without the sun, all life on earth would perish. If the sun stopped shining tomorrow morning and went out, all life on the planet would cease to exist. And some are saying that these concepts came from Egypt, and the Egyptian god at the time was Ra. And some scholars are saying that a lot of these was taken from when the Europeans traveled across Africa, especially Egypt and Ethiopia. A lot of the Bibles, some of the scrolls were, taken from there and then superimposed in the creation of a Bible. So you have those historical activities revolving around religion. So I don't know whether you have heard it as well, Cecil. I don't know whether you've heard of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The book exists, and so, there's been a lot of discussion around religion. So that's, I tell you, religion and politics. Very controversial.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening.
Let me tell you now, if Christ is talking about here, he wasn't crucified in Jerusalem, he was crucified in Egypt. If you take Revelation, you will check that he was crucified in Egypt, not in Israel. And Ethiopia has never colonized by no European country.
Yes.
Most of them try and fail. Because Pope, the rising again, the Mussolini, the Pope blessed the government with Ethiopia and failed. Trying to and try, and they failed. The Battle of Adwa, he failed, and they come back again. In the 30s, and he still failed. So they never conquer Ethiopia. They ruled in Egypt for 400 years. The Greek and the Catholic people. When they invaded in 333 BC, that was the Greek. They controlled it for 400 years. Then after Italy come and controlled it for 400 years. So the whole doctrine of the Christianity that comes from Egypt.
Well, you see, thank you very much. You see, you see, because when you look at some of the churches and you look at the documentaries on Ethiopia, some of the oldest churches and the oldest scrolls that you can find is in some of the mountains, because the early church in Ethiopia were basically based in rocks, in mountains, and so on. So sometimes you wonder how these people ever got inside there to worship. So when you do a lot of historical stuff, there's a lot of questions that remain unanswered.
So let me ask you, because I want to relate this thing to the Lakou. We know what the life of the Lakou was, how much we suffered in the Lakou. How much did the church, and when I say the church, I'm talking about both the Protestant and the Catholic. How much did they play a role in getting the lives of the ordinary person in the Lakou? How did they play that role in ensuring that our lives were better?
Well, several areas, of course. Several areas.
Let's talk about the whole issue of education.
Education. They played a very important role in educating the masses. They played a very important role in terms of the finances of the poor people, because, they give access to poor people to be able to do their savings through the credit unions, which we have seen now grown to make profits even more than the banks.
I deliberately ask you that question, and the reason why I asked that question is to see what your answer would be. So I don't want to say I'm countering, but we know of the church building its wealth on the ordinary poor people. we know that the people had lands, and the people would sometimes leave those lands in exchange to the church for whatever good deed that the church would have done. Leave the children behind, and literally give the church the land. So I'm not saying that the church didn't play its role, but I would have liked to know, Brain, how did the church got access to all of that land that it has? And we're talking about the Dominican setting, and we're not just talking about the Catholic Church.
Well, you're talking about the church as though it's unique in its activities, but one has to ask, how did all these people, the so-called mulattoes, get access to all the land? I mean, one in the time when they were growing up, some of them had children and didn't leave for the children, but we have to examine whether the children looked after them. They may have given up the church, the land, in terms of their spiritual awareness, being so convinced that they would have to make penance through purgatory unto heaven. So you can't really blame them for that. It's just that their beliefs at the time created that awareness that they were so focused on saying, well, if I go to heaven, then all these things I live on earth is immaterial to me because I have a kingdom in heaven waiting for me, where I will spend the rest of my life just enjoying life. So would you not give up your money for that type of life in heaven? Of course, anybody would do it, because in heaven, I'd have to think of earthly things, you know.
But Adams, in that period, I don't want to sound racial, but in that period, you find that many of the pastors and priests were Caucasians. What would convince our black brothers and sisters to be so convinced that the church was talking the truth to them?
Well, one has to think about how we view Europeans, you know, how we view these people. We felt that they were superior to us in terms of their color. And so we had that great admonition for them. So it was not, remember we're coming out from slavery, you know, down from Africa, being brought to the Caribbean. We've lost our way. So what you expect, our names were changed, our language that we spoke is not our language. We speak in English, that's not our language, that's colonial language. We speak in Creole, French, that's not our language. We're speaking Spanish. We see a lot of Spanish here. They're not speaking the original language.
Let's hear what Cole has to say. Good evening.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening, Brain.
Good evening.
I have been listening for some time now. And you're talking about church and religion. There's a difference between the church and all the kind of churches and religions that we call church today. There's but only one church, and that is one true church. That is the body of Christ. When Christ was talking to his disciples, he turned around and he asked Peter a question: who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? Peter said, the disciples said, some said John the Baptist who came back, some said some of the prophets who came back, some said this, some said that. He said, who do you say that I am? And Peter answered, thou art Jesus, the Son of the living God. And Jesus answered him and said, thou art Peter, blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood did not reveal that to you, but my Father who is in heaven. And I say unto you, upon this confession that you made, I am going to build my church.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there is only one true church, and that is the body of Christ.
So hold on, caller. The
Yes.
Catholic Church used this concept very well, especially when you talk about Pentecost. Can you now say that the Catholic Church can can state that they are the true church?
No. The Catholic Church is a religion, a religious organization headed by an earthly leader who sits on a throne in Rome and claims that he is the vicar of God on earth. God have only one representative on earth, is his church, the body of Christ. All the other denominations and organizations you're talking about, that is religion. But there is only one true church, that's the body of Christ.
So why then call her if there is only one true church, which is the body of Christ, as you said? Why is there so many structures with doctrines and call themselves church?
Well, that is where Satan comes in the game. Because Satan is subtle, and the Bible says, be wise as a serpent. That's why he entered the serpent first to deceive man, because the serpent is a very wise animal. So Satan designed his philosophy and put it into man. That's why my name is Jolan Johnson. I don't believe in no religion. I am not in a religion. I am not in a denomination. The Bible says, if any man be in Christ.
Should I believe that?
Is a new creature, yes.
Should I believe that?
Any man.
But you preach every Sunday. You preach every Sunday.
Yes, but he said it's not in a religion.
But that doesn't mean I am in a religion.
So what's the name of a religion?
The name of my religion?
Yes.
I love that. I love a religion.
He said he doesn't believe in religion.
What's the name of your doctrine?
My doctrine?
Yes.
Jesus Christ and him crucified.
Okay.
That is the gospel of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ said, I am who I am.
Okay.
That which was he that was there from the beginning. Okay, he was there from the beginning with God. And he became flesh. That's when he came to die for sinners. He became flesh. And he is the same God. He became flesh. And he came to do one thing, is to change all those religions. So all the people that say they are in religion, that denomination, organization of this, organization of that, all that is what has have the whole world confused. There was too many different doctrines and different preaching and different teachings. But there is only one teaching, is a teaching, if you're not teaching Jesus Christ, and he sent us on a mission in Matthew 24. He told his disciples, the word Christian, you cannot find that in none of the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You cannot find that. You will find it in the book of Acts, where the disciples, at first they were called saints. They are called saints, so I am a saint in Christ. Okay. We are called disciples, followers, and believers. That's what Christ called us. And then when Christ died and then the church was starting, so the disciples were imitating Christ's life so much that they made a mockery of them. And they say Christ-like, they call them Christians because they walking like Christ. So that was a mockery name that religion gave to the true followers of Christ. But Christ gave us one command to go into the world and preach the gospel. So he sent us on a mission to preach the gospel. So I am on the gospel mission, the mission to preach the gospel.
So in that gospel, do you believe in the 144?
140, which 144? The 144,000
yes.
people that will be there?
That will enter into the 12 gates.
You see again, that is a doctrine. The Jehovah's Witness. That's a doctrine of the Jehovah's Witness. The Bible does not support that.
Yeah.
The Bible says, as many as receive him, to them he gave the power to become the children of God.
But Revelation, caller, Revelation is very clear about the 144.
No. That's where I'm going. Because I am doing a series on Revelation. I have studied Revelation right Friday. I'm doing a series of Revelation. In the book of Daniel, God told Daniel to shut the book because that is not for your time. That is for the ancient of days where knowledge will increase and many will go to and fro and there will be an increase of knowledge. We see in just that today. Now in Revelation chapter 1, God gave to John a vision. And he said to him in Revelation chapter 1 to open the book for the time is at hand. the 144,000 we are talking, there's going to come a time when Christ know the next event that is about to happen to the church, that the true believer, only the true believer, not nobody in religion and in denomination. If you are a true believer, what is going to happen next is Christ going to appear in the clouds of glory. And he's going to call up all the saints. You're not going to call up all the religious people, the Christian people. You're going to call all that say they are Christian and say they are in religion. Religion going to stay right here. And the body of Christ, the church, will be caught up in the clouds to meet Christ in the air. He came once on earth to bring salvation to all. He's going to come back in the clouds. He said, when you shall see Jerusalem surrounded with armies, you're going to see them building up now, surrounding Jerusalem, and all the world of ungodly religion turn against Israel. Not until they start turning already. And he's coming in the clouds, and he's going to call up his church, whether you're dead in Christ or you're alive in Christ. He said, the dead in Christ shall rise first, and then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet our Lord in the air. So that is when the true church, the only body he have on earth, his true church, will be caught up. So all saints that are saved, everybody that's saved will be caught up in the clouds, whether you're dead or you're alive. People saying you're going to heaven when you die. No, that is not true. Nobody is in heaven now. There's nobody. Jesus was talking to Nicodemus in John chapter 3, and he said, no man. See the amount of the prophets that died before Christ came. But Christ said to Nicodemus, no man has gone into heaven, save he who came down from heaven and is in heaven. So Jesus Christ said, he come down from heaven and he is in heaven. So he alone. But after the rapture, when Christ comes to take his church, all saints and true believers, all those in religion that's speaking of all the magic and all the this and all what is the religion doing, all I'm going to say right here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Believers will be gone up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then listen, let me just close the 144. And then at that time, when the church is not here, that is where the 144,000, 12,000 from every tribe, from the 12 tribes of Israel, as the sons of Jacob, 12,000 from each tribe will make 144,000. They will be the evangelists in
Judah, Reuben, Gad, Asher, all of these, Levi, Joseph, all of these, the tribe Benjamin.
Yes.
Each of them will have 12,000.
I came from the tribe of Benjamin.
You come from the tribe of Benjamin?
Yes.
What tribe did I come from, Simon?
I don't know. I know
Manakasi, I came from the tribe of Manakasi.
I don't know, but so everybody could come from a tribe. Everybody will come from a tribe. So they will be the 144,000. They will be the ones alone on the because the church will not be there to be preaching again. So the 144,000 will be evangelizing during the 7 years tribulation when the beast of Rome and the Muslim beast will be ruling the world. Because the Bible says there are two beasts will raise, one from the earth and one from the sea. And the one from the sea will give the power to the one on the earth that sits on 7 hills. The only city in the world that sits on 7 hills is Rome. There's no other city that's talking about. And then I don't have anything against the Roman Catholic Church, but that is what the scripture says, and I like to say it as it is. So the 144,000 will be the evangelists preaching to the Jews in those days. That's when Jerusalem, Israel, is going to turn to Christ en masse. So almost most of them don't believe in Christ.
Thank you.
But under the Bible call it the time of Jacob's trouble, and that is when he said Israel will be saved. Anybody that's not saved now cannot make it after Christ take his church and go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Revelation 7:4 says, then I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000 from all the tribes of Israel.
Well, my brother.
The tribes of Israel.
My brother.
The tribes, hold on. The tribes of Israel.
Let me warn you. Let me warn you. This business, as I always said, is different practices that we believe in. If we go to the Muslim world does not say that.
Correct.
If we go to the world of the Buddhists, they don't say that. If we go to the Ethiopian Orthodox, they don't say that. So we have to be as we talk about religion, that is why I tell you, two of the most controversial things that we'll find is politics and religion. Because everyone will try to convince us about their concepts or aims and objectives. So we who are studying, that is why I say that when people, and Fidel said that, when you smoke religion or you take religion, it becomes like a drug. It becomes an opium or marijuana. You get so high on it that you fail to see certain things. Because one could argue, for instance, in modern times we've seen the destruction of Gaza by the Jews. So we are the kind of genocide. So we have to really understand what we're talking about. We're taking the Bible, we're saying this. We're taking the Bible, we're saying that. That's why we have so much confusion. So we have to be cautious how we approach this thing from a religious point of view and the philosophy that's been given to us, or the opium that we're taking in.
So I just want to tell you that the Muslims themselves do have a tradition of involving the 144,000, but it is different from the Christian belief, as you rightly said. The company of the Muslims says that 144,000 is said to have a number of companions of Prophet of Muhammad, through other totals who have been involved in the preaching of the 144.
Exactly.
When you look at the number of the prophets, they tell you that the number is also given as a total number of prophets of Islam. Although it is reported that they can speak of 124,000 or 244,000. So you're right when you speak about the Muslim.
Yeah.
They themselves have a different belief from the Christians.
Yes.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Right. Good evening, caller. Yeah. So you see, yeah. Good evening, caller.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. When many battles will be fought in the name, or many battles have been fought in the name of religion. If, for instance, when we talk about Jerusalem, we hear about many battles that have been fought. We had the Crusaders, we had the Muslim world, and so in terms of Jerusalem. So when we hear about Jerusalem, the Muslims claim it as their capital. The Jews claim it as their capital. So that is why we've had a lot of wars centered around religion.
Good evening, good evening, caller. Sorry about that, caller. So yes, as we were talking about the 144,000, well, the Christians believe that the 144,000 are sealed from the tribe of Israel. That's what they're saying, Israel. Unlike the Muslims, they're saying that it represents the number of Muhammad followers, or companies. So we have to be clear as to what we believe in. Yeah. Again, it depends on your
belief, your ideas. Yeah.
So it's important that tonight that we took the time off and spoke religion and church.
Right. Because whilst we're talking religion,
someone's on the phone there. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, Brain, what I can say is mesmerize is the word of the night. That is the word for the
mesmerize?
Night. Mesmerize.
No, why you not say Why didn't you say hypnotized? Why wouldn't you say hypnotized?
That too.
No, hypnotize is not confusing you. It is not confusing you.
No,
mesmerize is confusing you.
Okay.
When you are hypnotized, it's a spell that is like a spell being cast,
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the brother who called earlier, you asked him what was his belief. I think Cecil asked him.
Yes, Cecil.
And he said he's not in religion.
He's in
but
a body.
Listening to him, what the religions are, talking about, or what people, believe, to me that is the same thing. He said I mean, he talks about Jesus and all of that. The religions do the same thing. So I don't know what his point was.
All right. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my dear.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. You see the thing.
I like what that caller just said.
The thing about it.
I don't think I'm brain that you got how deep she was with that.
I know she was deep.
That
In other words, what she said in a very subtle manner that he belongs to a body that believes in Christ. That's what she's saying, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's saying to us. I mean, that's what I read. So even if he belongs to that body, but that body has different branches, like you have your arm, your head, your leg, but it's the body. So he belongs to a part of the body, which is part of the organization in terms of his belief. We have another caller, sis.
Go ahead.
Caller, you live.
Not yet. All right. So we are saying, in the Lakou itself.
Yes.
And you get a lot of people mesmerized in the Lakou in those days by what the Catholic Church taught them, because most of them were aware of what the Catholic doctrine was. Until later on, another denomination comes to them and speak a different language of salvation. So what the other denomination did, and which is the same thing that the Crusaders did when they came, and which the slave owners themselves did with us, by saying, put the fear, by saying to us, now you are free, but if you take this land, it's a sin that you have committed. So from emancipation, we have heard the word sin,
right,
and have placed fear into our lives.
Right, but when you go deep into Africa, and you realize that you come from Gambia or the west coast of Africa, they did not know Jesus. They did not know that. They got into that religion thing because most of the Africans would have been Muslims because they traded between Arabs. The Arabs was out there on the west coast of Africa. Most of the Arabs brought them into slavery because the Arabs, quite a bit of them sold slaves. So most of their religion would be based on their beliefs, which would be more the voodoo type of thing, rituals, which they practice as a result of their what we call their what would it be, their voodoo gods or the chief or their medicine men, just like the Indians. The Indians themselves had their medicine people. They didn't know about Jesus. No, they didn't know that because in their civilization, in their practices, they believe in different types of God: the God of the river, the God of the sun, the God of the moon, right? But they were Christianized, they were evangelized by the Europeans. So basically, that is where you have the conflict, because if the people in Haiti practicing their voodoo or their black magic or whatever, it's a tradition that they brought in from Africa.
But while that was practiced in the yards in the Caribbean, from Africa, the Caucasian came and told us something different, and they actually opened the Bible to make us think that what these people were doing was wrong.
Yes, the practices were not good. But when they beat their drums and they go to their witch doctors, because in African culture, they still believe in a lot of the witch doctors, you know. Yeah, because that's what they had in the Zulu, Shaka Zulu, and all these people would go to their witch doctors to find out what would happen to them tomorrow. And even in the Egyptian period too, you had their priests. So when you come to the Caribbean and the religious practices.
But it must be said too, I think a caller made mention of it earlier on, that Ethiopia was never enslaved.
No, it was never enslaved.
Never enslaved. And we must look at the oldest Bible, which came from Ethiopia, and to have that learning, because what the Caucasian did was to give us the Bible of the King James. We have not taken the time off to read and to understand what the Ethiopian Bible says.
Very different. Yes. So really, as she said, and we have to have a belief. Yes, we believe in Jesus. We have to have a belief, But in terms of our real, we have had transitions in terms of our colonization and what we were made to believe. So we only rely on the belief of our colonial masters who ask us to be quiet, to be patient, to have faith, because even when the slaves came to Africa, to the Americas, they sang songs of belief for their salvation will soon, and their sufferings would be over. And that is what it was all about. Was it a form of causing us to be quiet in terms of behavior, in terms of recognize? All these are questions to be asked, but we don't have the time. That's why I always tell you that religion and politics will never get an end to it. We'll always be discussing it, because some of us see religion as faith, some of us see religion as using faith to acquire wealth.
And because of where we are from, the part of the world that we are from, some things we have been taught by the Caucasian. So I will tell you, the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible gives you some 81 books, 46 Old Testament and some 45 New Testament, 81 books. When we look at the Protestant, or we can say the Christian Bible, because I want us to know the difference between the Christian Bible, which is the Protestant Bible, of the Catholic Bible. So the Protestant Bible says to you that you have 66 books, and out of that you have 39 Old Testament and 27 New Testament. The Catholic Church Bible, because the Catholic Church, as we all are aware of, has 73 books. 73 books. The Catholic Bible, and that is telling. That is telling. So that again, according to the caller before, that has actually mesmerized our minds.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
I mean, we have to be sure of ourselves, because just that can prevent you from getting to the kingdom.
Well,
because even the Bible, it says, according to some people, that the Bible says, do not remove any word from the book. Because if you do that, you're guilty of everything.
Well, Cecil, you have to. They say faith is a manifestation of. You have to believe, and through your belief, you will be able to reach your destination. So, as I said before, we'll never be able to get to a point where we'll be able to say, that is it. We'll always have controversy when we are talking about the Bible, when we're talking about faith. Because every man will say, Yahweh, don't say no graven images. And so you'll have all these different branches. But in the end, everybody looking forward to a better life. A life when they die, they would be able to be moving into another area. Once they do well and they believe and they do the right things, that their life will be extended in another world. Whether it's on this world or whether in another world up there, that is the belief. And that's what drives man. They have a belief.
And also too, when we look at the changes of the world, the Ethiopian church used to deal with the issue of the moon, the sun, and seasons, basically. We saw the Europeans came in and changed that. And so the Ethiopians would tell you there are 13 months in a year. The Europeans said to us, when they came under the change, they told us that 12 months. And so in the 12 months, what they actually did was to take and to include, I shouldn't say to take, to include in their period a leap year. And in that leap year that they have created has made you to believe that there should be less days in a particular month.
All that concept.
Yes.
Because the Yahweh will tell you that that there is no Christmas, or the year does not begin in January. The Chinese don't have a year. When does the Chinese year begin?
I think it's September.
Yes, so you see that. The year begins in a particular way. So some of us in the Western world, they say that we take the months of the Roman thing. the January, June, February, different Greek gods from January to December. So we are following the Roman calendar. But some of them follow another calendar.
So that's what I was saying. Based on what we were taught by the Europeans, because they came in, when they came into Africa, They did that change. But they could not have done that in Ethiopia because Ethiopia was never colonized. I want us to understand that. So Ethiopia seems to be, right now as we speak, it should be 2018 in Ethiopia. Something like 6-7 years less than that of
in Ethiopia
of the Georgian calendar.
Yeah, so it's 20.
Because we are under the Georgian calendar.
So it's 2026.
So the Georgian calendar is telling that we're in 2026.
And they themselves,
but the Ethiopian calendar says to you
that it should be 2018.
You check? And so the Ethiopians will tell you that their month will start in September. Again, as I told you, is in cycles.
All right. You know? So we fell under the auspices of Rome.
So that's correct. So the Roman are the ones who dictate to
January
us.
To December.
Yeah. So as I told you, the Ethiopians have 14 months
in the year.
All right. You checked? 14 months with actually, I can say to you, 14 months out of the 14 months, 12 of the month has 40 days. 12 of the months have 40 days. You check? 12 of the months have 40 days.
Well. So you see what has happened in terms of your location, in terms of where you are.
No, not location. It's not location. Because if you look at the rest of the world, as I said to you, Ethiopia was not colonized.
Okay.
So Ethiopia doesn't go through that 12 months of the year.
Okay, and remember that these countries like Ethiopia and those countries were not far from Rome because the Queen of Sheba came from Ethiopia. So Rome at the time, Queen of Sheba, Rome is still there, Italy is still there. So it's very, very interesting.
So
Egypt is still there.
So even in let me see what someone wants to talk to us.
Yeah.
Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
If you want to ask the young brain a question. When you go in school, when you're sitting in the class, let us say you were doing science.
Yeah.
Everybody is in the same textbook.
Yeah.
And the exam could come from the textbook.
That's correct.
Should.
Right. So now, if all of us using the same textbook is the Bible, no matter what denomination we come from, denomination derived from the division. So we divide ourselves, even if we divide ourselves, but the exam is from the same book.
Yeah.
The spirit of the Bible, all is Jesus Christ. All of us are Christians. We can call ourselves Jehovah. We can call ourselves Yahweh. We can call ourselves Pentecostal. Once you're using the Bible, you are Christian. Next question is to find out who formed the Christian church. When you find out, you'll find out the Christian church was formed by Rome.
That's correct. That's
Rome,
correct.
Yeah.
So, if it was formed by Rome, all of us are Catholics. We divide ourselves.
That is why I call it. That's why I call it earlier on. You heard us made mention of branch out.
Branch out, yeah.
So they are rebels. So there are people,
protest.
right? There are people who protest. So they call themselves Protestants. Yeah, they call themselves Protestants.
They break away.
So they break away.
Yeah.
So right.
Number 3, our Constitution basically was formed from the Bible. So the whole Constitution of the Western world came from the Bible. All of us are Christian. What governs us today in the Western world is Christianity. And that's what we're born in. And that's why we keep following. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I can tell you, Brain,
yes,
that the year 2019 will be in the Ethiopian calendar. It will be September 11th, 2026 in us. For us, February 11th, 2026 will be the first day of 2019 for the Ethiopians.
My.
So I want us to know that.
What about
the
the
Ethiopians,
Chinese?
And Ethiopians are actually dealing with the cycle, the seasons. That's what they're doing.
Oh, the season.
You check. That's what they're doing.
Okay. So what about the Chinese? The Chinese New Year when was the Chinese New Year?
The Chinese
wasn't January, you know.
The Chinese
Have a different New Year, you know.
Yes, they do. They do. The
It's
Chinese. Let me see. I'm not so sure.
It wasn't January. It wasn't the 1st of January. Because they too believe in their Confucius and their Buddha.
Well, I'm learning that in reference to the Chinese, the New Year, which is the lunar New Year, dates change every year and falls between January 21st and February 20th.
Ah.
So every year it changes.
All right. All right. And why does it change? Is it because of the
again the linear
so
they
follow the solar
cycle? Yeah, the solar system. So the linear. So you see, they still go along like how the Ethiopians go
along. Okay.
You check. So the first day of the first linear month in China is linear calendar.
Linear calendar.
Right.
And they also go by. They also have a symbol. They either go by the dog or the cat or the bull.
Right.
Whatever they go along with animals.
And they tell you it's between January, as I said, January 21st to February 20th.
What animal they have this year? Is it the bull? Is it the dog? Is it the fowl? What?
I have to look for that, you know.
Because I know they go by an animal or something.
So they said that how they determine that? The second new moon after the winter. That's what it is. After the winter on December 21st. So they take a determination on that.
No, it would be very interesting also between India. Because in India they have different religions too, you know.
Yes.
Hare Krishna.
So let me just tell you. In 2016, this year, February, the year started in February 17th, and it was the year of the horse.
The Chinese?
Yes, the Chinese. 2025, the year started in January 29th, the year of the snake. January 24th, it started in February 10th, the year of the dragon. February 2027, which will be next year, it will be February 6th, it will be the year of the goat.
Wow.
And February 2028, it will begin January 26th, the year of the monkey.
My.
So as I told you, for the Chinese, their dates change every year because of the lunar New Year, which they follow the phase of the moon. So they actually follow the phase of the moon.
But in the Western world, like ours, we follow, especially in the Caribbean, we follow
the Georgian calendar.
We follow the Georgian calendar, which begins the year on the 1st of January.
But also to the Chinese, I'm also saying to you that in 1912, that the Chinese government adopted the Georgian calendar and made January 1 the official start of the year. But the Chinese New Year continues to be celebrated based on the traditional lunar calendar. So they found themselves in 1912 to the government. They decided to adopt. So that's not their calendar period.
Okay.
Or the start of the year. They adopted it just for the purpose of business and commerce. Yeah.
Right.
So that could have been one of the reasons. Check.
Very interesting. Well, Cecil, but it's very interesting that you had the caller say in terms of Christianity, the Christianity business, whereby we adopted it originating from Rome. Rome. Because remember, Rome was where Rome itself maybe expanded it with the conversion of Constantine. You heard about that Emperor Constantine?
Yes, of course.
Right. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So we'll never stop have controversy in terms of religion. Neither will we stop have controversy over politics.
Mm-hmm.
And so in winding up, I don't know whether you want to wind up.
No, you can start.
Yeah. We began with a great controversy and we're ending with a great controversy. The great controversy is that we are seeing we have another caller. Let's take the other caller before we go. Caller, you're live. Caller, you're live.
Christianity started in Greece, you know.
In Greece?
Then, yes, I started. Because remember, what is the language speaking in Greece again?
Well, they speak Greek.
Yeah, Greek, and it was translated by the Romans, and
Greek.
then the Bible.
Okay.
But it's in Greece it started.
Okay, because the original language...
Jeremy, what is his name there? He was the man that wrote the Bible.
Oh yeah, for the King James you're talking about.
No, you're talking about that Italy thing, and he commanded people from England to write it, but it was from Greece because it was written in Greek before it was translated to English.
All right. Thank you for the information.
Okay.
Well, Cess, it was a very interesting night in terms of religion. Mm-hmm. It was very interesting, very much when we started with the good controversy. We're still waiting to hear what will happen. I guess all ears will be glued in terms of what will happen to what I said, the new Calypso to be written. My friend, we all wait with great anticipation to see what the nation waits with bated breath. I'm glad that in our introduction we brought it. We're waiting to see what will happen in the Roseau North constituency because there is an election looming there. In 90 days it must be called. We've heard about the religions and we've heard about the Catholic Church and the evangelicals and the whole quest for heaven, the 140,000 tithing religion as a money-making enterprise, everybody looking for the soul. Everybody wants to go to heaven, according to Bob Marley. Was it Bob Marley or Peter Tosh? But nobody wants to die. Is that true?
Yes, everybody wants to go to heaven. No one wants to die.
Okay, good. So we look forward to another Sunday. It was a really interesting discussion, and let me thank all those persons who participated in the discussion and all those who made great contributions and those who followed us. And we're looking forward to another Sunday where we'll have another very good night.
Before we go, someone wants to say hi to us. Let's say that last caller. Good evening.
Yes, before we go, I just want to say one thing. I have been saying politics and religion is the same. But then you're just saying that all politics and religion is the same. My view is that what is the same in politics and religion? Both of them, there is no power without people. No power without the people. So it's basically controlling people's mind.
Hang on. I will let you get away with that. So you're telling me that politics is about controlling the mind and religion is about controlling the mind? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you're using that statement loosely.
If that is the case, caller, I can tell you that Jesus Christ was a politician.
He was a politician.
Would you agree with me?
Don't laugh.
Would you agree with me?
Boy, the whole Jesus thing, there is a technical thing. Is how you see it.
No, I'm asking you, would you agree with me that Jesus Christ fed the multitude? Jesus Christ made the blind see. Mm-hmm. He just ensured that Peter didn't sink. He ensured that he made him stay on the water. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ ensured that he raised the dead from the grave. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ ensured that he challenged the multitude. He challenged the authority in the church. Jesus Christ on Palm Sunday. Hold on. Don't go. On Palm Sunday, Jesus Christ ensured that he entered Jerusalem with the ordinary people saying Jesus, 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 Jesus. Right. And we saw the opposition, which was the church, crucify him 5 days later, 6 days later.
Let me give him
one. Was Jesus a Christian? Was a politician?
Let me give him my own. Render the things that are Caesar unto Caesar.
That's Jesus saying that.
And to Christ What is
things
his?
that is his. So
Politics.
So Jesus Christ was a politician,
Politics.
Will you conclude by saying that?
Politics.
All you want to answer all you.
You cannot answer.
All you like it. Because the point is that the whole Jesus story, we have to go in. That is another story.
Leave that
because
story.
You don't understand that whole religion is a Catholic thing. So if we have to go in, that is another story. So let's leave that.
Let's leave that alone, brother.
People stone me on the road tomorrow. All I say is that you see these church leaders we have there today. Without the people, they have no power. Without the politician, they have no power. The politicians have no power without the people.
Well,
both of them need the people to have power.
Let me give you.
Understand?
You didn't want to say it. That is why the politicians must look after the people. Because if the people are not looked after, they will not look after the politician. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Right there.
Thank you. No power without the people. So, and that's why I am saying that Jesus Christ
was a
politician
in his own way.
Whether we like to hear it, it is a given fact. Look at all of the works of Jesus Christ in the New Testament.
Yes.
You said that he came to change the world. Mm-hmm. And through him, the world will be saved.
Saved, yes.
So, my brother, that has to be a politician to say that.
Politician.
Some person don't like me to say that, but Jesus Christ was the number one socialist.
Socialist. I mean, they don't want you to say that, but he wanted to bring change.
Yes.
And to ensure that the people.
Yes. He ensured the people, the landless had land.
Land, right.
He ensured that the lady who was the prostitute
was not stoned to death.
Who would have done that?
And he made sure that nobody used the house of the Lord for a den of thieves.
For a den of thieves. He ensured, he kicked them out.
He beat people.
Right, and he did that for the majority.
Yeah, he beat
That's how the democratic process started.
Yeah, beat people.
Through Jesus Christ's work. You check?
Yes.
So Jesus Christ was crucified by the minority, like we see sometimes.
Well, boy, you're getting to preach a sermon tonight. Best we start back.
I don't want to find myself going down into that realm, because if I start, it will bring up to 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
I can be a preacher.
Yeah.
But Brain, I must say tonight was an eye opener for many people. Mm-hmm. We decided for some time that we are going to just speak on some issues or some concerns or some areas that we figure that the people of the Lakou and the children of the Lakou would have to know. And tonight we looked at religion, we looked at the church, we looked at the value of the church, the things that the church did. And sometimes people would not have, at the beginning, I'm sure some person would wonder, why the church? Why do we talk about the church? But we wanted to make you understand where the church came from. Mm-hmm. We finally ended by identifying the brokers of the church. We make you understand the genesis of the church. And so it was so nice, really, that people now can maybe have a new discuss.
Yeah.
And in that discuss, people have to now question, and people don't like you to say that, people have to question about the issue of Jesus and God. People have to now question whether there is the devil, whether Satan is real. If you understand what I'm saying.
I know what you're talking.
It's important for us to go deeper into this thing rather than waiting for the church always. Because what the church is doing is to give you a philosophy that they have, a belief, a doctrine. So many times we read the Bible, and I just said earlier on that the Ethiopian Bible is 81, 88 books. Mm-hmm. The Catholic Church is 73.
Yeah.
The Christian Church is 66. The books that are missing, what are they saying to us? What were they saying? How did they expound on other aspects of the philosophy? Mm-hmm. And we need to know that. We need to know whether Jesus Christ really went up into heaven, as the Bible says to us. We need to know whether Jesus Christ stayed on earth. Because you remember that when Jesus was on earth, we heard about Jesus when he was 12 years. And an absence of Jesus Christ from 12 years until he was 43, when he started to do his father's mission. We have to ask ourselves why. Is it that book? These are the books that we are missing in the Old Testament that would have said to us about Jesus? Mm-hmm. We know of Moses. We heard what Moses said to us. And God gave Moses deliberately not to write not to write the, how you call that?
The commandments?
Sorry, call. I'm not taking your call. I really cannot take any more calls because we concluded.
We're winding up.
So God did not give Moses to write the Ten Commandments. God could have done that. He allowed Moses to tell us about the Ten Commandments. He brought the people to Mount
Sinai. Yeah.
Mount Sinai. He did. And he was disappointed when he arrived there to see what they were doing, because
golden calf.
They moved away from what God taught them, and they were worshiping idols. And so it is important that we come to have a greater understanding of our spiritual being. Let's stop believing in religion.
And
I don't want to say Christianity, because
let's keep.
I will get too much blues.
Don't say that. Keep your eyes open.
Yeah. So I believe that there is a great God.
Yeah, there is.
I believe the work of Jesus Christ as apostle on earth.
Yeah.
I believe of all of the other prophets that were on earth, giving Jesus Christ that assistance for the kingdom of God.
Yeah, the kingdom.
But we have to all say we are worthy. We are worthy of what Christ himself was able to do to die on the cross.
Thank you very much.
And I believe, like many people don't, but I believe in the cross.
Thank you.
believe in the cross. It's not an idol. I believe in the cross. It's a reminder of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. So, my brother, I really want to say tonight was exceptional.
Yeah.
I really want to say thank you for tonight. Tonight gave us an eye opener. And I just want to, as I said, we are not going to take any more calls.
Yes.
We are just going across to the BBC program. So I just want to say to that caller that we're sorry that we can't even take your call. I know that you may want something to say. But good night to all our listeners, to all our folks, wherever you are at this time. I just want to say good night and God bless you. And let's have another program. Next week, Brain, we'll be having a guest.
Yeah, next week. Yeah.
We'll be having a guest next week. He's from Dalis, and he's going to tell us all about Dalis. So good night, everyone. And let's have a productive week. Let's have a productive weekend. Let's have a productive week. And let's ensure that whatever we do it for the upliftment of our country, and for ourselves. God bless you. Bye-bye. Good night.
Things could happen between then, of course. I mean, things have been happening every day that have changed the equation.
Sebastian Usher in Jerusalem. Well, as Sebastian mentioned, full details of the deal have not yet